Y'all gonna get the door. That there'd be like troubleshooting. He said change the middle length. Oh, I change the middle length. Let there be light. No gang, gang, gang.
You swapped it out with another pole?
Yeah. Okay. Because he gave me extra poles.
Yeah, okay. At my wide, pan your wide, your wide from standing fish cruising. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barakatha Yahweh, Bashem, Yahweh, Asherah, Nathan Lanawa, Ashabak, Bashalawam, the water, Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, Superior. Y'all can read everything. The Ahim Asherah Machat, Psalms 121. Anya, Ryan, Emimya, Haryam, Mayan, Yabawa, Isaiah, Yabawa, Mayahawa, Shamayim, Waratazah, La Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yana Yanawum, Sashramarka, Hana, La Yanawum, Wala Yeshan, Shashuma, Yashibala, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yawamam, Hashamash, La Hakaya, Wayarak, La Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Mako, Rai, Yashama, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashama, Habalakya, Wabawaya, Ma'aitha, Wa'aid, I will Basham, Yahweh, the water, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Shema Yasharallah, hero of Israel. Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Allah Yahweh, Yahweh, Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Allah Yahweh, Yahweh, Shema Yasharallah, Yahweh, Allah Yahweh,
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen.
Amen. Tapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abinawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayya, Shamka, Yahweh, Balakwatka, Taba'ad, Rotazawanka, Hayya, Aisha, Baratiza, Kad, Bashemayim, Latanawa, Lakam, Yawam, Sad, Wasalaktanawa, Kabawat Nawa, Kasalak Nawa, Kabawat Yanawa, Wala'ad, Abiyano, oh, the Messiah one, above, our Shinoa, Marai, Kayat, Lakat, Amalakwat, Wa'ala, Wataparat, Waiwalam, Amen.
Matthew 6:9. After this manner, therefore, pray, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. I sure I'm going to tell you what, 10 Commandments. La'ad, Yahayab, Lakab, Alahayam, Akaryam, Alpanyat, La'ad, Daishad, Lakab, Paso, Wala'ad, Laibadam, La'ad, Alakwaka, Shamwa, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Lashawat, Zakar, Ath, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa, Kabad, Abiyakat, Wa Amakat, La'ad, Taratazak, La'ad, Tana'at, La'ad, Daganab, La'ad, Dainad, Shakur, La'ad, Takamat, Ko, Ashabad, Lara'aika, Amen.
Exodus 20:2. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third or fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that their days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen.
Amen. Yeshua be seated. Baruch Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, and now Par Yagapan, Thwada Aman. La Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Af Yasharat. English translation: Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. I might wide, Panywa Jerusalem, stand face Jerusalem. Barakatha Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyah, Whenever Aliyawan, Malak, Shah, Shamayim, Waratazah, Wako, Dabaryam, Kayayam, Wakam, Hamashiach, Mayahweh, Rawanawe, Habnawe, Hapalat, Yawaitazah, Yahweh, Zakarnawe, Yahweh, Baratazawan, Ainke, Yasher Allah, Izarnawe, Banay, what's up, Yasher Allah, oh, Nanawe, Yum, Aitai, Kayawam, Makudam, Babakushay, Shalak, Mike Allah, Watazawadak, Alahayim, La, Maganawe, Raparnawe, Washama, Ilnawe, Bakur, Shalak, Haruke, Shao, Yawshay, Lanawe, Alabadnawe, Rabian, Kakame, Tabawane, Wada Shao, the Barke, Basham, Yahweh, the Wada, and Yay, why will Amen. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, and wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, most high, we beg you right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, always and forever. So be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Hathawah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us like the sea. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai, Asherat, Hathawah, Awar, Lara Awat. Blessed are you, Yahweh, In the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakata Yahweh,
Barak Yahweh,
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai,
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai,
Asherat,
Asherah,
Atan Lanawa,
Lanawa,
Karan,
Korah,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Lakorah,
Lakarah,
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barakata Yahweh,
Barak Yahweh,
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai,
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai,
Asherat,
Asherah,
Atan Lanawa,
Lanawa,
Hasheman,
Hasheman,
Zayath,
Zayah,
Lamashak,
Lamashah,
Yasher Allah,
Yasher Allah.
Yishablah. Be seated. Okay, so Shalom Yasharala. So Shalom or peace. Everyone that's here in Philly watching with us. Shalom everybody watching us on live stream, wherever you may be. And shalom everybody listening to us, wherever you may be on teleconference. Welcome to Yahshua Kanas of the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the descendants of slaves, as well as the indigenous peoples, found mainly here in the Americas, make up the southern and northern kingdoms of the 12 tribes of Israel, respectively, and that we as a people have fallen to a lower state, politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of the God found in the Bible given to us by Moses, and become out of this lower state that we've fallen to by turning back these commandments we broke by following Jesus the Christ, or in the Hebrew, Yahweh Shai HaMashiach. And one way we do that is by keeping the Sabbath holy from Friday, Sunday, to Saturday, sundown. And as our particular branch of Christ does, we go through a regular Sabbath service. This Sabbath service is going to be in the Old Testament again, going back to 2 Kings. And last time we read 7 and 8. So this time we're going to be reading chapters 9 and 10. And it's the second to last Sabbath in the Gregorian month. So look forward in your emails. I'll be sending out the schedule for the Sabbath for the rest of this Gregorian year, as far as going to the end of December. So look forward to that in your emails before the end of June. So second to last month in June, as far as the Sabbath anyway. And once again, we're going into 2 Kings chapters 9 and 10.
We don't want any, everything that's falling down. It's not metal.
Oh, right about that. Okay, so I'm now Beazer Rabol. I distinct privilege and pleasure of going through the Sabbath with you guys today. And apologies for the lateness. You guys probably saw before I even text out the link, you probably saw the link go out almost an hour ago. But we're going to make sure things are tip top for some all praise to the Most High in Christ, our way, Holy Spirit. Some new equipment we have here for the Sabbath and for the holy days going forward. Want to make sure we troubleshot that, make sure everything is working. But nonetheless, let's get the service underway. Write down for your notes. According to the Gregorian calendar, it would be June 22nd, 2024. But now, according to our calendar, would be the third month and the 18th day. Actually, my mistake, the 17th day. It would be the 18th day when the sun goes down. Getting ahead of myself there. So once again, third month, 17th day, 18th day when the sun sets tonight. So now 2 Kings chapters 9 and 10. Once again will be our reading. And I'll post this link again in the chat. We'll refer to this, what we're going to read today. This is what I'm sharing right now. But if you look on your screen, what you'll see is, and I zoomed in on it, this is on page 101. If you go to this link, to use as a visual aid, this is the map that pretty much shows Jehu, son of Nimshi, coming into power. So the chapter we're going to read today, we're pretty much going to talk about that and how he's at odds with the current king of Israel and Judah at this time. The one being over Israel being the son of Ahab, named Joram or Jehoram. You see it spelled both ways, as well as his being at odds against Ahaziah, who will be the king of the south, the king of Judah, or the southern kingdom. And then you look at this map here, you pretty much can see, starting with this purple arrow pointing down on the right side by the north compass, we can see the route that Dre is going to travel and the different means he's going to run into as he goes from east to west, facing off not only against the northern kingdom king, but also the southern kingdom king as well, which you'll see in the green, dealing with what he did as far as his route, and then also when he fought against the southern king, which was King Ahaziah. That's what you see in the red. Everything Jehu's doing, you see in green. What you see King Ahaziah, king of the south, doing is in red. And you see this purple arrow pointing down by the north side that says, pressure from Hazael, king of Damascus. So those are the Syrians, or in the Hebrew, we say the Aramites. So once again, let's go to page 101 in this link, this particular PDF that's free. It's number 63 in the list. And you scroll down, you'll see an area enlarged above, so it kind of zooms in and show you what part of Israel this is taking place in. But this map will be the main focus of the events we read today when it comes to the events of 2 Kings chapters 9 and 10. All right, once again, when you go to that link, go to page 101. It's number 63, the 63rd atlas in this Bible atlas. If you want to look at that a little closer, to kind of get a visual of our forefathers and these figures in the scriptures and where they're traversing, given this current conflict. Okay, so let's go into 2 Kings chapter 9. Verse 1. I'll probably revisit that or open that up again when we get to the second chapter, just as a refresher for visual sake. So 2 Kings chapter 9, verse 1, it reads, And Elisha the prophet called one of the children of the prophets and said unto him, Gird up thy loins and take this box of oil in thine hand and go to Ramoth Gilead. So he's telling one of the prophets, one of the children of the prophets, which at this time we read about this which was a school of the prophets, right? That didn't have as many numbers at first, but then he started to garner more numbers at a certain point. But Elijah and Elisha being key figures of this school of the prophets. But he's telling them to go gird their loins and pretty much get dressed and get yourself together. And take this box of oil in thine hand and go to Ramoth Gilead. Remember Ramoth Gilead being a interesting place as part of Samaria, right? You go into the history of what took place there. Namely, we read about during the time when you had Ahab was still king, as well as Jehoshaphat. And then it was a big deal for Ahab to find out whether or not he would fall from Mount Gilead. We read about that back in the end of First Kings. So when you see the name of these places, definitely a good practice to kind of do a search on those names, see where else they pop up, where you can kind of get like a timeline of different events that happen in that place. Like you saw on that map I showed earlier, which I'll show again when we get into chapter 10, a certain place like we call Megiddo, that'd be important as well. This place is going to come up during the events of what we read today as well. But now he's going to tell him what to do when he gets there. Verse 2, and when thou comest thither, look out there Jehu, the son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, and go in and make him arise up from among his brethren and carry him to an inner chamber. Right? So the Most High is dealing with this. We're going to begin to deal with this Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi. Like you see in the title, him being a major figure here, to be used as instrument of the Most High to do justice to our current rulership in Israel that wasn't doing what they were supposed to. Verse 3, then take the box of oil and pour it on his head and say, thus saith Yahweh, I have anointed thee king over Israel. Then open the door and flee and tarry not. Right? So go in, anoint him, quick fast, as they say, and then be on your way. Right? Now we know Jehu's been mentioned before in previous chapters, but now it's time for him to take center stage.
Also, he made sure he tell them don't do it in front of everybody, right? Take him in a chamber.
Mm-hmm. So why is he doing that? As you read on, we'll see. So now in verse 4 it reads, so the young man, even the young man, the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead as Elisha instructed. And when he came, behold, the captains of the host were sitting, and he said, I have an errand to thee, O captain. Jehu said, unto which of all us? And he said, to thee, O captain. And he arose and went into the house, and he poured the oil on his head and said unto him, thus saith Yahweh, power of Israel, I have anointed thee king over the people of the Lord, or people of Yahweh, even over Israel, and thou shalt smite the house of Ahab thy master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of Yahweh at the hand of Jezebel. Right? It's like we were saying earlier, using him as an instrument of judgment against King Ahab and Jezebel, his queen, during their reign, as we read about at the end of First Kings, those last couple chapters. We got to see that in detail, some of the things they had go on. Some of the prophecies that we read about back then start to come around full circle. So most I'll put something out there, sometimes it might be a little time before it takes place. Could be days, weeks, months, years, decades, centuries even. But when the Most High lays something out for a prophet to write down, to publish, best assured it's going to happen. Just like we see now in these modern times. Prophecies that were given to the prophets way back when are coming to pass right now, and there's still more that have to come to pass. Let's bring it back to the story here. It says in verse 8, for the whole house of Ahab shall perish. And I will cut off from Ahab him that pissed against the wall, him that is shut up and left in Israel.
Crazy thing is, the scripture that says, I kill and I wound, right? It's like, not than there's any that can deliver out of my hand.
Mm-hmm.
There you go right there. The man is working for Joab, right? And now,
Joab?
What's his name?
Ahab?
Yeah. So now he's gonna use him, put him over, and then he's gonna
Jehu. You mean.
Jehu. He's gonna use him to kill the other, and they are part of the same family.
Yeah.
The same people. The
Yeah.
Most High did this.
You see this a lot, especially in the Northern Kingdom, where the Most High will take the king is going off. He'll have the king or the captain of the host be the one to take over the king, and then he'll become the new ruler. You saw that with Omri in previous chapters, right? But once again, whoever replaces the current king, he has to walk that straight and narrow path himself. Because if he doesn't, then rest assured it's going to be musical chairs all over again. You know, enjoy your time as the song plays, but once that music turns off, now it's time for you to be out of there too. As opposed to you sit and you continue to sit to say, all right, you're now fit to rule instead of who I took out before you. See, all his house, when it says, you know, him that pisses against the wall, him that is shut up and left in Israel, right? Verse 9, now make the house of Ahab like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah. So both sides going through different Northern Kingdom families, like ruling families, like it's laundry day. It's crazy, right? But once again, Most High is merciful. He'll give other brothers an opportunity to have their time to rule. But if you don't rule according to him, according to his custom, according to his law, rest assured you will be replaced.
Yeah. I was going to read 1 Kings 21, 27.
What's this link with?
Yeah, with Ahab house. Yeah, 1 Kings.
I mean, what verse? Or is it just general? Like
Yeah, like in general.
So let's try verse 7.
Okay. 1 Kings 21, verse 27. And it came to pass when Ahab heard those words that he rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon his flesh and fasted and lay in sackcloth and went softly. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, seest thou how Ahab humbled himself before me? Because he humbled himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house. So he says he's not going to do the evil to Ahab for what he did, but upon his son's house.
Nice. So you stopped at
29 from 27 to 29.
got it. So that's 1 Kings 21 verses 27 to 29 to link with you can say 9 and 7.
Yeah.
And 8 too. Okay. So now back in 2 Kings chapter 9 and verse 10, more prophecy, right? Said before, but now when I actually read, when it actually goes down. It says in verse 10, and the dog shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her. And he opened the door and fled. Right? So let it be known, let the judgment be known what it was, and then got up out of there. But now take note of this here too, as far as these the judgment against Jezebel herself, right? Because even though Ahab's at the picture, she's still around, right? And she still has this judgment that lingers upon her head. And Brother Naboth, we read about back in 1 Kings 21 as well. When you read above what the Khan just read in 1 Kings 21, we read that story about how he was wronged in a matter of inheritance. King Ahab wanted to buy his inheritance from him for it to belong to him, and he said, we can't do that. It goes against the laws according to landmarks, right? And Jezebel helped him with a scheme to take this brother's land from him, which pretty much had them, bear false witness against him and kill him, and then take that land. So most I didn't forget about that. But as you read on, we're going to see that judgment wasn't forgotten, and then what you're going to have to reap, as well as you read just a second ago, Yahweh, what his son's going to have to reap. So now in verse 11, now it says, Then Jehu came forth to the servants of his Lord, and one said unto him, Is all well? Wherefore came this mad fellow to thee? Right? Referring to Elisha, call him a mad fellow, right? Take him to the inner chamber. What's this guy talking about? Why he just come through and he's out now? So
I got the link.
okay, let me verse 10 or verse 11?
Yeah, verse 11.
All right, I'll just finish reading. And he said unto them, Ye know the man and his communication. So we don't want to see their take on what he was saying, whether or not they believed it or not. Because apparently, even though he took them inside, I guess they found out or heard what he had told them if he didn't share with them already. See, they're calling him a mad fellow. See who's mad before when it's all said and done.
God, 1 Corinthians 4:10. And 1 Corinthians 4:10, we are fools for Christ's sake, but ye are wise in Christ. We are weak, but ye are strong. Ye are honorable, but ye are despised. So that man right there, he said, look at this guy. You listen to this man, that fools, he's we count it as fools. So nobody pay us attention. For example, when we out there, we prophesy, we teaching, people look at us like, look at this guy. That's pretty much the same account that we see in society, or the people that be people who are in stature in this system, or they have some kind of elevation in the system. They look at us as fools.
Yeah, come. And then even when you might be fledgling, as opposed to being, having a lot or having a lot of manpower, if you will, you see people's attitude change regardless of the message.
Right.
I know even in that verse you quoted in 1 Corinthians 4:10, Paul trying to tell them, look, when we first came to Corinth and surrounding areas, we just started off small. And now we left and went other places. You guys have increased. And that's to why. But, still fear, still be mindful of the commandment. Don't get beside yourself.
Right.
Right? Because he said, you guys have blossomed since we left. Right? You guys are praised now because you got, like it says, 1,000 instructors in Christ and everything else. When he first started off, it was just like, who are these guys? Who are these guys talking this thing about Christ and all that? So, we have to make sure that we let people be aware that the message comes first, right? When it comes to influence, the message and the reasoning behind the message comes first, regardless of whatever reputation you may think the person has or doesn't have.
Right.
That can deceive you. That can take you off the mark. Because people do it all the time, right? They'll say, oh, you're too young. Oh, what nationality are you? Oh, how much money you got in the bank? Oh, how many followers you got on social media? Why should I listen to you? As opposed to, okay, is what the person's saying on point? Right? A good common example is like, a homeless person may come to you, right? And, ask you for things or say, have a conversation with you. But then they may have certain wisdom in their life that they may have gained, where they might tell you something that you might hear and go, hey, that's on point. What the brother or sister just said was on point. But a lot of folks, because it came from someone who's homeless or destitute, just off of the presentation, you would say, you can't tell me nothing, right? Look at you out here on the streets. It's just like, hold on, careful. Does the shoe fit? What they said on point? If it fits, you better wear it. Heck, you talk to that person or more, you might find out, they might have been a top-ranking officer in the military, or they might have been, an important person at a company, but then they ran into a series of unfortunate events and may have just given up. But not to say that choice was wise, to give up after being, hurt or harmed somehow. But don't take away, that shouldn't take away from anything he said that's on point when it comes to the truth.
And it's like in that style, they can run intels on the masses, because the person they need to find out information has to mirror, the people in low state, right? For example, go in your communities and behave just like you, dress like you, right? So that they can get intel on how they can run the next psyop, right? So Like, for example, if we take it in this verse 11, the prophet didn't look like somebody in authority at the time. So his dress code probably just like regular folks. You know, he probably would, because his way of thinking is of the Most High. So he followed his dress code, but the societies follow a specific dress code, like suit and tie, for example, in this modern day time. Right? So now it's easy for you to get prejudged, right? And look down upon, but not the message.
Excellent point from a righteous standpoint, and even from the wicked standpoint, them using that same technique but on the left hand side, right? Like you said, something to be mindful of. So yeah, just like we always do at camp. Camp is beautiful. It's a blessing from God because it trains us in these different aspects that in the world they might consider clandestine, or public speaking. Like there's so many different skill sets that we learn just by going to and implementing the camp structure. And part of us reading people's body language, not only what they say, what they do, their clothing, all these things, it all goes into that, to where when you're looking at somebody, you got to prove them first. You really got to size them up and look at all the different factors involved, because like you said, it's easy to just write them off. But everyone that's homeless ain't homeless, right? Everyone that's dressed up and you may look and go, oh, look at this person's guy looks like a vagabond. And it's like, say they're working for the ops, all the while, they go around the corner, oh, thank you for the water. So they go around the corner, they do a little Kaiser Associate, start walking normal, start taking notes, call back to headquarters. Yeah, these guys threat yellow, we'll keep an eye on them as the summer goes on.
Right. So you got to be paranoid on purpose.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Ecclesiasticus 13:23. When a rich man speaketh, every man holdeth his tongue, and look what he said, they extol it to the clouds. But if the poor man speak, they say, what fellow is this? And if he stumble, they will help to overthrow him. One more.
Who was that again?
Ecclesiasticus 13:23. And
Ecclesiastes 13:23. Also to go with 9 and 11.
Yeah, and Ecclesiastes 9:16. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard.
And that story above that, Ecclesiastes, is pretty good too. But you read the verse to get right to the point. Yeah. That's how it is, man. And even with us in the truth, we might have a little bit of money or a nice little position. Just the fact that we're in the truth, people are going to be like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know. What are you guys out here doing? Why don't you just get a job? Go get a job. It's just like, hello, now do my brothers have jobs? I hire people. All right? Don't judge a book by its cover, But using wisdom, we can take Matthew 10:16, a famous verse, into account, right? Where it says, Christ says, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves, right? Use that to your advantage, especially in the workplace, to where people don't really know what to expect from you, right? You don't have to always necessarily be flamboyant and be drawing attention to yourself. We'll probably do a class on this in the future, sometime this summer, but it's this thing I came across it some years ago, but I kind of revisited it. But for you guys to check out stuff online, deals with like homesteading and prepping, when we talk about, where things are going. I know you guys, I think we're talking about it in the Friday class as far as, the possibility of this current infrastructure breaking apart as we see it's happening. And to a certain extent in our lifetime, where you might see certain places before Christ comes back, certain places, go out of whack, or certain governments start to crumble, right? You already seen it happen heavily overseas. You're going to see more of it happening close to home. But these preppers talk about this concept called the gray man. You might come across this, where the gray man is supposed to be like I guess a motif, but supposed to represent like you having to go in and out of, say, a heavily populated area, just going into like dress codes, going into like mannerisms, going into all things you would do to pretty much not stand out. So you can go handle your business in the city and then leave to where people may have saw you, but they really can't remember you. They're not really like remarkable. Like, oh yeah, he was in my store, but I really don't know what was what or what he bought or what he sold, if he was trying to peddle something or, you know. So it goes into pretty much how to not be conspicuous. I just think it's kind of interesting them talking about that from a worldly standpoint, this whole gray man motif. Because they're talking about, you know, they have this acronym they talk about, SHTF, which is, you know what, hits the fan. And they say if that happens, you want to be able to get in and out of urban areas and be able to get out of them when things get really bad. But before that happens, pretty much the best way to maneuver to not draw attention to yourself and to take care of certain things. But all things you see, like I said, in the scriptures, and it's funny how in the world they'll kind of take those things and use them for their own purpose. But oftentimes when they do it, it's always a half measure. It doesn't measure up to the blueprint that Christ gave us. But that's all.
Yeah. And one thing that we as Israelites supposed to be look out for or watch out for is the statement when people say, "Oh, okay, you one of those Israelites." So this is a way to discredit, like they know who you are about, right? Just so that they can discredit the whole picture. And they try to project that in your head to make you feel some type of way about being an Israelite and call yourself an Israelite. So that's a psychological, technique that is used, right, subliminally by even people in the oh, those guys. Oh yeah, I know what they're about. Oh, those Israelites. That's pretty much what these guys just did right here with the prophet. They said, oh yeah, these guys, we know what they about. We know what they're about. So now they draw a picture based on their perception of what they want to project out there of us, but not the whole truth of who we are and what we stand for.
Come. And we were talking about that a couple classes ago. I think your brother have mentioned that as far as his approach to that. And he says he leans into it. He says, "Yeah, aren't you?" Or I had to kind of, I have a way I kind of deal with that myself, where I say, yeah, I'm trying to be, and I kind of lean in on, even from a so-called Christian doctrine, the spiritual Israel, because we're spiritual Israel and we know we're physical Israel too. But you can lean into the spiritual Israel and go into verses where it says, he isn't a Jew that's one outwardly, but one that's inwardly. Or even Christ looking at Nathanael saying, "Behold, the Israelite indeed is whom no guile, and whom there is no guile." You can lean into it and kind of throw them off balance to go, yeah, I'm trying to be, a follower of Christ, because most people in the West, especially in America, they won't speak down you for being a Christian, at least openly.
Right.
Generally speaking, to be a Christian is like, oh, a good thing. So you can lean into that same accusation too, because the hope is that when they, like you said, when they make that thing, they want to see you scramble and kind of,
right.
Trying
to get defensive. No, automatically.
Right.
Well, it's a bad thing.
Right. So, I'm trying to be, man. Trying to be. Those big shoes to fill. As far as my Lord and Savior is concerned. They're like, what? Yeah. Aren't you Israel? Aren't you Israelite too? You believe in Christ, right? What? You take them to those verses and bring them out that way, and that's when you get messed up. And then, if you turn their soul back towards the way of right, and they may have because sometimes folks do that because they've seen someone else do it. That person might even have like a remorse right there on the spot, and be like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I was probably wrong about that. But what do you mean? And then you could use that as like a way to kind of show them the truth. Like, yeah, here's what it means to be an Israelite, outwardly and inwardly. This is the standard the Most High holds us to. Here's the scriptures to prove. You may even gain a soul that way if the person's just repeating what they heard,
And the mainstream media insinuated. So when you hear it in the news, yeah, those Israelites that teach about, killing people and this, that, and the third, and the black Jews. So now it reinforces, oh, you're one of them Israelites. It reinforces the narrative.
Con, like I said, we spent a class on this one. But yeah, as far as the words, I was making references to, I was making a reference to St. John chapter 1. In verse 47. St. John 1 and 47. Yeah, the reference I was making was Romans. Romans chapter 2. Famous one that a lot of our so-called Christian brothers and sisters, even strangers, like this one too. And like to use this against us when we come out there and teach about being physically a Jew, what that actually means as far as coming from the lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They like to bring this one up, which we can agree with, but we know it's just one side of the coin. But the other side deals with you physically actually being a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But then along with that, you have to actually be walking according to the righteousness of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob too, and following Jesus the Christ as it's written. So that's the other side of that coin. But yeah, Romans chapter 2, 28, 29. Yeah, in the world with Esau, he's oftentimes zero-sum game. He's a either or. Whereas when it comes to Jacob in the truth, we come more from a both and perspective as opposed to an either or. A lot of times things are both and, not choose. But back in 2 Kings chapter 9, let's read on in verse 12, and it says, oh, sorry.
I have a question, but when you're talking about the house of Ahab, right? But I want to read this Ezekiel 18:21. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him. But it said the soul that sinneth, it shall die. The son shall not bear the iniquity of the father, neither shall the father bear the iniquity of the son. Ezekiel 18, verse 20. Right? But I know the Most High says he's punishing Ahab and his sons, right? He didn't punish Ahab, but he's going to punish his sons.
Ezekiel 18.
So is it not the immediate son, but the house later on?
It's funny, we're just going into this on a Tuesday class. It's ironic that we're talking about this. It's actually both. Once again, both and scenario, right? Because what has to happen is, when it comes to his sons, the Most High having that foreknowledge, they have to be ones to walk in righteousness to save their own soul. But sometimes, and we were going into this on the Tuesday class, say in the case of King Saul, we had his son Jonathan who was righteous, but still ended up dying in righteousness, but because of his father's sin. And even Jonathan saw that early on when him and David agreed from the high for those 3 days ago. We read about in the New Moon, where it says that his father tried to smite him with a spear, and he knew that he intended it for David because he was defending David. And he says that he recognized that his father pretty much had caused him shame, him coming out of this house, given that he was trying to kill an innocent man without cause. So yeah, it can happen that way.
So it happens to both.
So you can die because of the choice of your parents, but you still can get a better resurrection. You still live righteously. The Most High might have mercy on your life for the sake of, even if your parents go off, but you're still judged as an individual. Just think of it like the curses, right? Because of how we grew up with our parents being in the world, right? We deal with a lot of different afflictions, different sufferings because of their choices, right? Even though we still have a choice to say, okay, going forward, I want to choose to follow the Most High, follow His Son, follow the truth, right? Since we know we don't come back until like what, every third or fourth generation, like it says in the Ten Commandments. So what you do affects family and friends that are around you. Even if they're their own souls, what you do, especially those that come after you, will be affected for good or for bad.
Right. Because the effect of how you run things, right, affect other things around you. That's why it's a chain reaction, right? Your thought or people you put in place. Let's say, for example, if a wicked parent, teach the way he act, the way he upbring his household, the kid don't necessarily have to follow his path, but some of those teachings will apply because it's part of the household. That's why we learn. That's why we are taught. Right? Later on, when you know better, you may choose to go a different route. But whatever is taught in the house, somehow, some way, you're gonna implement some of those out there in the world.
The odds are that you will.
Yep.
There's a greater chance of it. Yep. Got me thinking about Josiah rending his clothes, right? After, seeing how his father reigned, and he just was like, oh my God, look at all these things that were not people. So he changed things around. Like you said, he grew up in an environment where it was just like, yeah, idols, yeah, fornication, yeah, it's that and the third. But Josiah was like, hold on, even as a young man, he's just like, oh no, I got to stop this. And we'll get to that as you go through 2 Kings.
Even King David's son died. The Most I say, the child shall die.
Mm-hmm. And there's no speaking on who he was when he was here before in David's line. We don't know who he may have been. But now, like the disciples asked Christ, who did sin, this man or his parents? He was born blind. You got to ask that question. Was he killed because of his own sin or because of David's sin? At least there we kind of have some insight into why he died. But that particular spirit, whoever that brother was, right? Lord knows who he might have been in David's family line. Yeah, and Tawada, I think that's the elder in the chat. Yeah, so they had to bear their sins, as we're going to read when it comes to Joram, as far as he says here, that they thought they were punished for their behavior as well. So does that, I'm not sure if you were just bringing that out as a question, or you were just bringing some understanding to what we're reading, Yakana?
Yeah, because it said his sons could get punished.
Mm-hmm. So we always want to deal from the perspective of the Most High's foreknowledge, of knowing all the things that are going to happen, not only for your sake, but also for the sake of your sons and sons' sons, when he speaks of things. But there's no contradiction. If anything, it's just a lack of understanding on our part when it comes to how the Most High judges when it comes to our life and the lives of those that come after us, as far as our lineage. He quoted Job 4:7 as well, as far as the righteous being cut off. And if the righteous do die, there's a record of them dying in righteousness to where when they do come back, it'll be known of that soul. The Most High will make sure to deal with that soul accordingly. In the end, there's no escape from the Lord. That's the thing, because a lot of times folks will harp on us in ignorance and go, oh my God, God's unequal. God's not fair. How could he do that? What's even that person's fault? Person's innocent. And it's just like, Most High's got a book on everybody, for every life that we had. So don't get mad, due to your lack of understanding.
Oh, sure.
Just consider it and wonder and consider. And consider the possibilities, like Christ told the disciples. It wasn't because of this man or his parents, but the power of God may be made manifest at this time, so that folks could believe on him, as he would heal his vision when you read on in that story, right? So there's always that third way too, that you may not always consider when it comes to why the Most High will have to someone go through a certain thing or be born into a certain situation will be born with certain, deformities, if you will, right? So don't claim to know for certain. Oh, this is why, all the time.
I got a scripture in Isaiah too. It's Isaiah chapter 5, verse 10 to 11. I'll read it real fast. Isaiah 10, read, say ye to the righteous that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Right?
What chapter is this?
Isaiah chapter 3 and 10.
But that sounds like chapter 3.
Yeah, chapter 3 and 10.
I'm making sure I said, does it repeat it in the Bible? You got it.
Isaiah chapter 3 and 10. Say ye to the righteous that it shall be well with him, for they shall eat the fruit of their doing. The fruit of your doing is pretty much, it could be your children's, right? Your children and your children's children. But in one generation, if you're righteous, what you teach will pass down and will pass down, the righteous teaching, right? But if, let's read the second part in verse 11. Woe unto the wicked, it shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hand shall be given him. So for example, if we look at from generation, right? Now in this generation, some of Esau will tell you, I was not part of slavery, right? I was not part of slavery. So now, but they still benefiting from what was taught in slavery, like the privileges, white supremacy, and all that stem from generation past, but they still benefiting from what's going on today. So that's why, they're gonna perish, right? And their kids gonna suffer the consequences, right? Because everything that was laid out in their kids' generation, they regenerated again, right? And it continues. So all these things, come to play when it comes to your question.
Con, you can write it down. You have to get it, but Deuteronomy 24:16. We read this on the Tuesday class, but Deuteronomy 24:16, that goes along with Ezekiel 18 and 20 also. That's the law where it said there, as far as the fathers not be put to death for their children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers.
Right.
But the children can be affected through the curse due to a father's sin.
Right. And the kids can be like, man, you know what? My dad did this, they did this, you know what? Then they wake up, they say, no, I'm not gonna continue the cycle. So, but if they continue in the same path with the same doctrine, the same teaching that their parents used to teach, they're gonna keep going, and it's gonna seem like they paying for their parents, but now it's the same teaching that keep passing, that keep going down the line.
Kind of let that be a teaching tool, right? To see, oh man, I see how my parents got down, and look at what we're dealing with now.
Right.
Don't forget, it can happen in reverse. It can happen the other way too. Don't forget about Samuel, right? Look at his sons. We already know he was a righteous example. I'm sure he showed them right, but it says even still, his sons chose to do wickedly.
Yeah.
So it can happen the other way too.
Yep.
So yeah, Deuteronomy 24 and 16 is that original law, as far as so and so being put to death for the sins of the father. And everybody pretty much has to answer for their own rap sheet. And then I'll get this one too. This is Revelations 22. So Revelations 20 in verse 12. Revelation 20 in verse 12, it reads, And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before power, and the books were open. It says, and another book was open, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged as those things written in the books, according to their works. Right? So, in the end, remember, we're all going to be judged according to our works throughout our lifetimes. Every time we came back after the whole generation, all the different names we went by, it's all going to be looked at as one file for each of us. And hopefully our righteousness outweighs our wickedness.
Yeah, one question. Coming back to Ahab again, right?
Mhm.
It says about he wanted to buy the land. But can we buy land from each other? I mean, I know the land belongs to the Most High, so really, more or less, he can't buy. But can he buy that land? I mean, if he decides to sell it, could he really sell it?
Sounds like a good class. We can probably revisit this topic, which I think we talked about already. This is dealing with the year of release. I think it's 25 in particular. I know we oftentimes read this when we do David Atonement. But the year of release, the laws of the year of release work?
Yeah, it goes back to the original owner.
That's your answer. But you knew this because you taught this before.
No. I was just when you go on a year release, it's like, okay, yeah, think about it. Yeah, it has to go back to the original owner.
That's your answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because the idea of ownership, the way we have it in the world, is backward. Because nothing is owned by anybody. It's everything is the earth is the Most High's and everything thereof. So you cannot sell somebody else's stuff. You're just there to use it and manage it for the owner.
Right. Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, right?
Good.
When the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam. So you all have a plot that was given to us. And then that's divvied up depending on how the Most High sees when it comes to this nation, that nation. And then we already had the record for us in Joshua as far as how the landmarks were set up for each of the tribes. That was established back then. It was continue on that same what's the word I want? On that same boilerplate going forward, the same frame going forward. So this is the border where this family, this tribe stops, and then you have the border between tribes, and then also border between families of the same tribe, right? We were just talking about this too on Tuesday too, as far as how inheritance is pretty much tied into everything when it comes to the law, and when the law is implemented soundly, everything is tied to nationality and inheritance. It's like a linchpin that holds so many other laws together. And it's an incentive for so many laws where you may not have considered it before. To get back to those ideas of nationality and inheritance, then it all makes sense. Or I should say it provides even that much more clarity. Okay. So Revelation 20 and 12, Deuteronomy 24 and 16, Isaiah chapter 3, 10 to 11, Job 4 and 7, Ezekiel 18 and 20, Romans 2, 20 and 20, those just references. But yeah, just those are the last couple verses that we went into. All of them pretty much are what we pulled. We're reading here in 2 Kings 9, 11, and we started reading verse 12. So once again, the last four verses that we read, Revelations 20 and 12, Deuteronomy 24, 16, Isaiah chapter 3, 10 to 11, Job 4 and 7, Ezekiel 18, 20.
You see that, brother? 9/11. This was an emergency scripture. That's why we have to talk about it, brother.
Oh boy.
It's a 9/11 scripture, brother. Yeah. It's an emergency scripture.
Into the numerology now, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully, if we're getting into numerology, it's the righteous numerology.
Right.
Because you hear a lot of those guys, they'll use Bible verses, chapter and verses. See, look at the chat, look at the verse, look what it's talking about. See, it ties into this. Whereas we can go into righteous numerology and show like 7, 12, 10, right? How that comes up. But oftentimes they miss that side of it. But anyway, I'll read 12 again. So it says, and they said, it is false. So these are the ones that are talking bad about Elisha to Jehu. Tell us now. He said, thus and thus spake he to me, saying, thus saith Yahweh, I have anointed thee king over Israel. So he told them. That's the message he came to deliver. 13, then he hasted and took every man his garment and put it unto him on the top of the stairs, and blew a trumpet, saying, Jehu is king.
They went like this. That's it. You know what I mean? This stuff.
Right.
Something like Adonijah heard it. Like they, Solomon is king, and it's like, oh snap, let me get out of here.
Right. Get the horns out doing the coronation, right?
He was like, what? And every man fled, oh snap.
So, just imagine if it was bad news he came to deliver, right? Due to, say, something that Jehu may have done that was wrong. How would their response have been, right? So,
I knew it.
men's are, soldiers of fortune oftentimes, right? It's like, yeah, I'll fight for a cause if I know there's going to be spoils. But if I know I'm going to be spoiled, you best believe I'm going to be retaliating, right? This is clearly good news, right? For Jehu's sake. So now in verse 14 it says, so Jehu the son of Josaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram, that's the king of the northern kingdom. Now Joram had kept Ramoth Gilead and all Israel because of Hazael, king of Syria. Right? So you go back to chapter 8 in previous, we were kind of going into that. You go back to chapter 8, in verse 28, it reads, and he went with Joram, the son of Ahab, to war against Hazael. This talking about King Ahaziah from the south. We're going to read about him too. It says, he went with Joram and the son of Ahab to war against Hazael, king of Syria, in Ramoth Gilead, and the Syrians wounded Joram. It says, and King Joram went back to be healed in Jezreel of the wound which the Syrians had given him at Ramah, at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. Ahaziah, the son of Joram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel because he was sick. Right? Just a little back context behind what we're reading in verse 15 and then going down to 16. So 9 and 15 of the 2 Kings, you just link it with 8, 28 to 29, if we forgot. Verse 14, sorry, 9 and 14. So 2 Kings 9 and 14, link it with 2 Kings 8, 28 and 29. And now verse 15 reads, the king Joram was returned to be healed in Jezreel of the wound which the Syrians had given him when he fought with Hazael, king of Syria, which is read. Jehu said, if it be your mind, then let none go forth nor escape out of the city to go to tell it in Jezreel. Right? So he's saying, don't let this this new anointing of mine, don't let it be known just yet, especially there. 16, so Jehu rode in a chariot and went to Jezreel, for Joram lay there. And Ahaziah, king of Judah, was come down to see Joram. We read in the previous chapter. And there stood a watchman on the tower in Jezreel, and he spied the company of Jehu as he came, and he said, I see a company. Joram said, take an horseman and send to meet him, and let him say, is it peace? Right? So he said, okay, send a horseman in there to find out not only who they are, but what's their business, right? Because remember, Jehu, we see here, he's not just coming solo. He's got a squad with him, right? They say in the world, squad, right? He's got a squad with him. So go down there and find out if he comes for peace. Verse 18 reads, so there went one on horseback to meet him and said, "Thus said the king, is it peace?" This is someone coming on King Joram's behalf, right? And Jehu said, "What hast thou to do with peace? Turn thee behind me." And the watchman told, saying, "The messenger came to them, but he cometh not again." And he sent out a second on horseback, which came to them, so he didn't return back. So he said, we sent him out to ask him what it was, if it was about peace, but he didn't come back. So he said, okay, send out another message. Kind of think about 2 Kings, the first chapter, when you had groups of sent to go to Elijah, and he had the fire hammer come down, right, to consume them. And finally, with that third group, he was like, listen, I don't want to end up like those first groups. All right, look, we know you're a man of God. Please, we don't want to get we don't want to get toasted like that. So he sent a second out on horseback in verse 19, which came to them and said, "Thus said the king, is it peace?" Jehu answered, "What hast thou to do with peace? Turn thee behind me." So once again, that judgment is ringing or knocking on King Joram's door, because only way you can have peace is if you have the Most High's righteousness, right? The best you can achieve without the Most High's righteousness, even if you have rule, is quiet, right? We talk about this, right? In scriptures where it talks about having peace versus having quiet. Quiet just being different, meaning you just have dominion. But quiet is the best you can get if you're not ruling according to the Most High's righteousness. Just know there's a timer on your government. Like we read about that when it comes to Alexander, right? I'll get some examples so you guys can see what I mean. I like this with 19, but
Solomon had peace during his lifetime.
yeah, exactly. And the way you know that, and anytime anyone else had it, you'll see the expression used in the scriptures. Every man sat under his vine tree, every man sat under his fig tree. When you hear that expression, you know, oh, okay, peace. You hear about that as far as the kingdom, you hear about that as far as Solomon's reign. You hear that mentioned too, you read in the Maccabees in the time of Simon Thasai, when he was the ruler in Israel after the wars they had fought. So they hadn't even had peace for a short period of time as well.
What is it? You said in the park? What's his name?
Go and search it out, my brother.
No, that side.
That's his surname. Right? That's First Maccabees chapter 2. Remember? Jonathan called Apis, Simon called Thasai, right? Judas called Maccabeus, right? But yeah, as far as to go with 9 and 19, as far as what I was just talking about, you have it mentioned in Isaiah, 2 different places. You can write down Isaiah chapter 48. Isaiah 48. In verse 22. Isaiah chapter 48. In verse 22, where it reads, "There is no peace, said Jehu, unto the wicked." So we know this goes for the nations. But now, if we are in power as Israel, and we will rule according to how the nations rule, right? You best believe we're not going to have peace either. And also in Isaiah 57. Isaiah 57 in verse 21. Did you find that verse? You just do a search on vine and fig tree. You look it up. You don't have the app that searches all of them? Just use that. Isaiah 57 in verse 21, where it says, "There is no peace, saith my God, to the wicked." And then to prove that, to show that. This is First Maccabees chapter 1. First Maccabees chapter 1. And I'll read 1, I'll stop at 3. Emphasis on verse 3, where it says in First Maccabees 1:1, and it happened to that Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Ketime, and smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece. So he united all Greece. It says in verse 2, and he made many wars and won many strongholds and slew the kings of the earth. 3, and went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations that we read about in Daniel's prophecy, right? But the rough he-goat whose feet didn't touch the ground. Insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up, right? So he achieved quiet, but he wouldn't achieve peace. As you read down, it talks about his 4 top generals taking over certain regions of the Greek Empire. As you go throughout the Maccabees, we see how tumultuous that was, as far as, between those branches of government, within those branches of government, so inter and intra. We read about all different types of conflict the Greeks had with outsiders and with each other to decide who was going to control their empire.
And that was an ambush, right? Joe had that was an ambush. They were trying to catch Jehu, the king of Israel, because all his soldiers went to Ramah, right? If I'm not mistaken. The plan to kill the king of Israel.
We're talking about back in chapter 8.
No, chapter 9.
Okay, that's what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm missing it.
The execution plan to kill the king of Israel, as the prophet told Jehu.
Okay, well, I'm going to continue on. Just let me know when
Yeah, you
come. So now this is 2 Kings chapter 9. I'll read 19 again. 2 Kings chapter 9 and verse 19. Then he sent out a second on horseback, which came to them and said, Thus saith the king, is it peace? And Jehu answered, What is that to do with peace? Turn thee behind me. So we got Isaiah 48:22, 57:21, 1 Maccabees 1:1-3, going into peace, and what it takes to really have peace for real, and to not confuse peace with quiet, right? True peace will bring quiet, but now quiet without the righteousness can only be quiet without the peace. If that makes sense. But now, it says in verse 20, and the watchman told, saying, He came even unto them, and cometh not again. And the driving is like the driving of Jehu, son of Nimshi, for he driveth furiously. Right? So always read this verse to show, like, Jehu, when he rode his chariot, right? When he came, he was coming, furiously or driving it fast, right? I think, at least in this Bible here, it says Hebrew in madness, as far as the way he would drive, right? People always say that so-and-so drives like a madman. Look how fast he's going. Oh my gosh. Right? But now the Most High judgment is on the move, right? It's coming after him, as we're going to see. So it's only fitting. It says, and Joram said, make ready. And his chariot was made ready. So he said, okay. So we sent 2 guys down there, and the second one didn't come back, and he's coming, with speed, him and his company. All right, so make ready, right? We got to defend the fort, defend ourselves. And his chariot was made ready, and Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, went out. And we see this, like, kind of we saw a little bit with Josephat and Ahab. They were allies, but to a fault, at least on Josaphat's part, because the Most High kind of stepped into Josaphat, who mostly was a righteous king, but had certain flaws with him in that regard, where the Most High is just like, how is it, you're here with Ahab, trying to help him out pretty much, when clearly my judgment's against him, And we saw, like, Josaphat knew, he could see clearly that Ahab wasn't doing the right thing, but it was like, I don't want to say respecting his person per se, but it was kind of like trying to work with him. But all the while, it's like, for you to work with King Ahab, it really wouldn't come to any fruition or any really success, wouldn't fully come to any type of success if Ahab himself didn't repent. It's almost like this, the equivalent of like, you having an ally with someone of your people, but they're dealing with other gods, they're dealing with idols. They're in the world, which we got to deal with even now in these times, right? Because we can't turn everybody back. This is turning everybody back to the Lord. But it's going to the time when we were, actually had our rulership, actually had a dominion over ourselves, had a sovereignty over ourselves. So it says, I'll read 21 again. And Joram said, make ready, and his chariot was made ready. Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, went out, each in his chariot, and they went out against Jehu and met him in the portion of Naboth, the Jezreelite. So ironic that they face off at the same place of this sin, or a recorded sin that was committed by his father, Ahab, against this man Naboth from Jezreel. Like you were asking earlier, Alcon, about the inheritance and how it's supposed to work. 22. It's funny because even as king over all Israel, it's like if you were going to be doing things, according to righteousness, didn't the Most High give Samuel the law concerning the king? How it was like Levi, where the king in his house, his court was supposed to receive 1/10 of all Israel. So what is it now? You have this these eyes for this one man to bought his land, whereas you're getting a 10th. You're supposed to be getting 1/10 from all different parts of the land, right? If you're doing it according to the law, and if anything, you want to see Naboth the Israelite success, because the better he does, the better you do, right? The stronger he is in his land, the more you support him in his righteousness, as far as dealing with his land and dealing with his assets. That's going to be an increase for your assets. It's going to be a greater 10th for you from him, along with everybody else. It was like he saw that one man in his land, and was like, I want that for me and me only. Just like, oh, okay, all right. That's what the Most High thinks about that.
But it's closer to me,
Right, it's convenient, right?
Yeah.
Most High said convenience. How about my law? How about, we already talked about this back in Joshua's time. Here's how we're going to do this. Yeah,
But
it's lessons, because we may find ourselves in similar situations where we, execute similar judgment, against ourselves and against our brethren. So we got to be mindful. We got to be Romans 15:4 when we read these stories, right? Where we analyze the story and look at the right and wrong, but then also consider ourselves in that too, and say, how can I avoid this myself?
Yeah, one more. But I'm the king, but I should have access to it. I'm the king. I'm ruling over you, and you telling me no.
So in verse 22, right? We read verse 22, right?
Not yet. So I'll read it and you want to say something?
Yeah,
So it says, and it came to pass when Joram saw Jehu that he said, is it peace, Jehu? Now they're face to face. And he answered, remember, his servants, his horsemen didn't get to even come back to him and tell him what was what. Now he gets to ask him face to face. And he answered, what peace, so long as the whoredoms of thy mother Jezebel and her witchcrafts are so many? So there it is.
So he's aware of his bond and he's practicing voodoo.
Yeah. And it's so crazy because oftentimes Jezebel is associated with our sisters that are in the world, right? And you see that mention of Jezebel in Revelation. It talks about the message that went to the 7 churches. It mentions the Jezebel's whoredoms, right? As like a metaphor. But now you go into Jezebel, she was a Hamite. She was a Zidonian of Canaan. Which is kind of interesting how they always try to like associate Jezebel with our sisters, you know? And it's like that wickedness started with them.
Right. It's like it's the behavior that they inherit, that behavior from them. So now they become just like Jezebel of the heathen.
I mean, we know this,
Right.
but people oftentimes in the world, even so-called Christians, they just think you think here Jezebel, you think of like it's always got to be a sister doing something. You know what I mean? But it's just like that's not where it started. But yeah, Zidonians. She was a Zidonian going to her background. But yeah, the link with 9 and in 22. That's pretty hardcore, right? They're telling the king that, you know, it's like my words. I guess this means war then. But real quick, this is Revelation.
Two,
Uh-huh.
20.
Come. It's Revelations 2 and 20 to link with 9 and 22. Where it reads, this is the warning going to the reading verse 18 to the church in Thyatira. He says, notwithstanding, I have a few things against thee, because thou sufferest that woman Jezebel, which called herself a prophetess, to teach and to seduce my servants to commit fornication and to eat things sacrificed unto idols. So kind of invoking her, at least metaphorically. If you know the history as far as what took place before, you know exactly what things she was up to. And you see it in other places too in the scriptures, where they'll refer back to those that came before as a lesson. Like if I refer back to Lot, or refer back to who's the one that was trying to curse Israel? He went to King Balak, called Balaam. You see Balaam being referenced in the New Testament as well. It's like a memorial to remember how not to be. But you had something you want to bring out though?
No, I got it. I was just reiterate that was the plot. That was the plot for Joab death. That was the plot that was taken.
Keep saying Joab. You mean
Yeah, I got
Joram?
Yeah.
I got you.
Sure. David's right hand man, cousin or something like that. Keep it peace, man.
I can fix it.
There's a lot of Joe names, right? Just like in Hebrew, a lot of names begin with Yah, you know? So in English, they render that as Joe. So you got Jehoram, Joram, Joab, Job. Well, Job that's not the Most High. It's something else. You read about that even in history too. When you go into Carthage, the Carthaginian Empire, you get a lot of names began like that too. Joab, Joas, Joram, Jehoram, right, etc., etc.
Yeah, that was what Esau in the car.
Jehoshaphat, there's another one.
What was Esau in the car?
You asked that question, you're making a statement.
No, I think it was Esau in the car. When 22, right?
Second Ages 6 and 9, right? Esau shall be the end of the world. Jig at the beginning of it, the flower, do you mean another verse or used in another way?
I don't know.
Okay, just let me know. So back in 2 Kings chapter 9, I'll read 22 again. And it came to pass when Joram saw Jehu that he said, "Is it peace, Jehu?" And he answered, "What peace, so long as the whoredoms of thy mother Jezebel and her witchcrafts are so many." 23, and Joram turned his hands and fled and said to Ahaziah, "There is treachery, O Ahaziah." Right? So these guys do not come for peace. Get out of here, right? He's got him in his company. They're coming, they came strong, right? Coming strong. So we have to, dispense and disperse. It says in verse 24, and Jehu drew a bow with his full strength and smote Jehoram. Don't be taken back by the spelling. It's Joram. It's the same person. Between his arms, and the arrow went out at his heart, and he sunk down in his chariot. Wow. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, this was an ambush. You remember Joram, he went to fight in the king of Syria, right? So he got hurt and tried to get treatment back. So now he doesn't have his everybody with him. He is full with armor.
That's what you're saying.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. Come. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it makes you think. We saw like father like son. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. We would read about when we were in 1 Kings at the end when he was going to Micaiah saying, "Come on, tell me some good stuff about me going to fight at Ramoth Gilead." And he gave him that vision he had in the heavens, and he said, "I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets." Remember? And he tried to go out there and disguise himself. And they surrounded Josephat, thinking it was Ahab, and they said, "Oh, it's not him. We don't want to leave him be." And then Ahab, who was out there with disguise, it said a man shot an arrow at a venture, right? Like, well, by chance. And that arrow found him. So he found an arrow too, point blank. That's kind of crazy. And then both getting dying in a similar fashion, right?
So Ahab really got a judgment in that arrow. Was it Ahab? The chariot,
Yeah, it was back in was it 1 Kings? I think it was 20. I'll get it real quick.
Yeah, he got his judgment.
So this is 1 Kings, chapter 22. 1 Kings 22. I'll start from 30, just to link this with what we're reading here as far as 24 of 2 Kings 9. So 1 Kings 22, in verse 30 it reads, "And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and enter into the battle. Put thou on thy robes." And the king of Israel disguised himself and went into the battle. So even Jehoshaphat was like, "All right, cool.
You got it right here.
Yeah. You're about to read it, come. But the king of Syria commanded his 32 captains that had rule over his chariots, saying, "Fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel." So even them on their side, the Most High's got his chess pieces moving from the heathen side to come strictly down upon or to come strictly at Ahab to get him. It came to pass when the captains of his chariots saw that Jehoshaphat, they said, "Surely it is the king of Israel," because he had on his king robes. They didn't realize it was the other king, it's king of the south, not the king of the north, as far as the southern kingdom. And they turned aside to fight against him, and Jehoshaphat cried out. And it came to pass when the captains of the chariots perceived that it was not the king of Israel, that they turned back from pursuing him. So they could have easily just said, "Take him out too," but they said, "Nah, we don't want that king Ahab." So they left him be, just showing when the Most High, when he has you in his sights, there's not much you can do. There's actually nothing you can do. I'm putting it nicely by saying there's not much you can do.
It's a terrible Most High.
He is. I see your hand. We just finish this real quick. And a certain man drew a bow at a venture and smote the king of Israel between the joints of the harness. Wherefore he said unto the driver of his chariot, Turn thine hand, and carry me out of the host, for I am wounded. It says, And the battle increased that day, and the king was stayed up in his chariots against the Syrians, and died at even, and the blood ran out of the wound into the midst of the chariot. And there went a proclamation throughout the host about the going down of the sun, saying, Every man to his city, every man to his own country. So yeah, that's what happened there as far as his father Ahab and the end that he saw. But death by arrow.
No, coming back to 1 Kings 21 and 29, but the most I saw Ahab how he repented, but the evil not in his days, but in his son's days, right? But Ahab still died that way. Right? He died that way because he was supposed to die. But the punishment later on after him going to come in his son's days.
Can you read that verse so everybody can hear that?
Oh, the 1 Kings 21:29 again. Seest thou how Ahab humbled himself before me?
Read 28. We know what he's talking about. No, the verse above it.
Yeah.
It's not you better go somewhere else. Where are you going? I'm just saying, just the verse right above.
Oh, verse 28?
Mm-hmm.
1 Kings 21:28. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Seest thou how Ahab humbled himself before me? Because he humbled himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house. So he got his punishment where he died. He was supposed to die that way for the most part. Kill him that way. But further on, punishment is going to come to his sons.
Yeah, and that actually is a link with verse 25, which we didn't read yet. When we read verse 25, that verse is going to go right along with that. I guess you were pulling that for the next verse. I mean, yeah, 24 and 25, but 25 is when it really hits at it, right? Because verse 25, it says, Then said Jehu to Bidkar, his captain, Take up and cast him in the portion of the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. You wanted this field so much, now you get it. Then you get to
Oh, snap.
Because that's the same field they killed nobody.
Yes, now you get to lay forever down that field, man.
He left into captivity. Shall go into captivity. He not killing with the son. I don't understand why people don't see that.
Yeah.
To
bring it to the modern setup, yeah. You wanted it? All right, now you got it. You know? Now you're fertilizer to make that land to make that land even richer.
Snap.
Wow.
That's something else, man.
So you wanted this land, right? Jezreel? You got it.
That's a terrible Muslim.
And it's like,
right?
And it's like something to even say to Ahab, which is in the spirit world at this point, but it's still like, look at what your sons had to reap because of your behavior. You know?
Covetousness too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You wanted the land, now your son got the land, you know? Congrats for him. So it says, Naboth the Jezreelite, for remember how that when I and thou rode together at the Ahab his father, Yahweh laid this burden upon him, which is what you read, Yahweh in 1 Kings 21, where he told Elijah. That's what I was kind of touching on earlier when we first started. How the Most High could come in a day, in a week, in a month, in a season, in a year, in a decade, in a century. It could be, all types of time frames. But when Most High says something, when it's written, it shall come to pass.
Wow, you sure got the land, all right.
And the Most High is not under pressure, left or right, to make things come faster. This is gonna happen.
Oh, Judith.
How you plan? You can't force the Most High hand.
And you quoting Revelation 13:9 and 10 indirectly. You see this this subject coming up too a lot since we're in the Juneteenth season, talking about Judah in particular, their emancipation and freedom, and what that actually took. That it wasn't just like something that happened in 1865 like that. It was a progressive thing to where you go different places throughout the country. They were still trying to keep us under wraps because nobody came. They didn't have Union soldiers to pretty much back up that law to enforce that. Okay, these folks are free men. Hence the last name Freeman being very popular amongst Judah. They were just going to carry on and be like, all right, yeah, we may have lost the war, but I'm not losing my slaves. The heck with that. And the abuse, the rapes, all that will continue on for many years on many plantations. And not just down in the South, too. You go into that history, right? All the way to like the 60s, even into the 70s, you still had like chattel slavery going on in certain places. So a lot of history is coming out with these different, folks on YouTube, folks kind of doing like a historical dig. But us as Israel who know the truth, we see Deuteronomy 28 through and through anyway. So it's like, yeah, the more history you do, the more you're going to realize the Most High is not a liar. If you have eyes to see it and ears to hear it and a heart to understand it. The Most High told Moses, even way back, Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26, we will go through these things. And here we are still in 2024 going through these things. As God's people. Y'all come in. You want to bring something up?
I don't remember exactly where that, but on Judah correct the people because they were trying to force the Most High's hand in X amount of days.
Let me know when you get that. So back in 2 Kings chapter 9, now we're in verse 26. It reads, "Surely I have seen yesterday the blood of Naboth and the blood of his son, saith Jehu. And I will requite thee in this plat," or like a portion. Plat here just means like a plot of land. Saith Jehu. "Now therefore take and cast him into the plot or the plat of ground according to the word of your house." There it is. There's that judgment. There's that return serve, right? You wanted it, you got it. You wanted inheritance for your children? Guess what? They got it. Probably not in the way you were hoping for.
So that's in your chapter right there.
So what?
Your chapter is finished.
Yeah, man.
I think I got it.
Wow.
It's in Judah chapter 8. I'm trying to find the key word. Maybe verse 12. Judah chapter 8, verse 12. Let me try to get this one.
See, why are you trying? I would just say look it up, make sure, confirm it, and then bring it out. That's all.
It says in Judah chapter 8, verse 12, "And now, who are ye that have tempted God this day, and stand instead of God among the children of men? And now try the Lord Almighty, but ye shall never know anything, for ye cannot find the depths of the heart of man, neither can ye perceive the things that he thinketh. Then how can ye search out God that had made all these things, and know his mind, or comprehend his purpose? Nay, my brethren, provoke not the Lord our God to anger. For if he will not help us within these 5 days, he had power to defend us when he will, even every day, or to destroy us before our enemies." So I think they were saying that, I think they were asking the most had to help them within a certain time frame. But Judah is correcting them here.
We went over that last night, trying to think the Most High by trying to put a timetable on the
Time
Most High.
frame, yeah.
Trying to box the Most High in, You don't do that. You're trying to box the Most High in. It's like think the Most High. You don't do that.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna drop him. You got to do it at this time, or else.
Oh, verse 9. Can I read verse 9?
Oh, I think you read down to 15, right?
Yeah, let me read verse 9. Judah chapter 8, verse 9. Now, when she heard the evil words of the people against the governor, that they fainted for lack of water, for Judah had heard all the words that Ozias had spoken unto them, and that he had sworn to deliver the city unto the Assyrians after 5 days. Yeah, that's it. They were trying to box the Most High to a certain time frame. But she corrected that.
Kind of. We'll revisit this because we're going through Judith, right, in the Apocryphas. We're going to go through this in the service. What, 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks from now? So that was Judith chapter 8, verse 9, and then verses 12 to 15.
Yeah.
Okay. So now back to 2 Kings chapter 9. Now in verse 27. Oh, before I read that, just to show how the Most High pretty much, how he holds up a mirror to us and to our house as far as what we do. Like you were quoting earlier, he leave into captivity shall go into captivity, right? Revelations 13, 9 and 10. To where what you do comes back to you, right? Comes back to your sons and daughters, and then it comes back eventually to you yourself, because you're going to come back in your own family as a different man or woman. It'll be that same spirit to either bear or reap the good that you did when you were here before, or the evil that you did when you were here before, right? And then it was Isaiah 14:21, right? We like to quote that one as well when it's going into Esau's judgment, referring to them as Lucifer, because they try to call themselves the brilliant ones or the enlightened ones, right? They're elite. But he says, prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers. Remember, in the Hebrew, the word Abba, which means father, can also mean ancestor. It doesn't always necessarily mean your immediate parents. It can mean your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents. It can go all the way back. So this is 2 Kings chapter 9, verse 27. It reads, oh, I almost forgot. That's the main reason why I had us go in the first place. This was Psalms 18. Psalms chapter 18, '24 to 26. That's what I wanted. Psalms chapter 18, verses 24 to 26. Psalms 18 and 24 reads, therefore hath the Lord recompensed me, or paid me back, according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands, in his eyesight. 25. With the merciful thou wilt show thyself merciful. With an upright man that will show thyself upright. With the pure that will show thyself pure. And with the froward, which just means unruly, thou wilt show thyself froward. See that? So Most High is he's like a vanity that has a mirror cabinet where you're looking, fixing your hair, fixing your makeup, or if you're a woman or something like that, you see a reflection reflecting back to you. Right? Looking at a lake. Looking at your reflection of a lake, it's a reflection of you. The Most High will show you exactly who you are. He'll give you exactly what you do. Even in the case of David, because folks oftentimes they shy past all the good that David did. They always they mention David. Yeah, David, he had that Uriah in the front lines and took his wife. Yeah, we have that. It's documented. But even David himself didn't escape. Right? The Most High rewarded him for that too, as we saw with his family dramas, right? The rape of his daughter by his eldest son, his other son killing him in retaliation, having to go into a city of refuge, so to speak, for a time. So he didn't escape. The Most High is not a fool. No one's getting away. Israel especially, we're the ones that have had to learn that lesson first and foremost, because the Most High is dealing with us. But other nations, he's allowed their judgment to kind of stack up to where they're going to get that full judgment just all at once, which I don't know. I'd rather be like how we had with Israel, where it's like, we got this captivity here, this captivity there. As bad as that is, you know, it's preferable compared to what these nations are going to feel. Right, think the second coming. They're going to get, whew, it's going to be a horrible day to be a heathen that day, especially Esau. But a heathen in general, it's going to be bad day for y'all.
Two brothers say, yeah, we can drink the cup. Indeed, you're gonna drink it.
Right. But Christ says, it's not mine to give, but my Father, right?
Yeah.
To sit in my right and my left hand, I can't give you that.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can drink the cup. Sure about that.
Okay. So now back in 2 Kings chapter 9, 27. But when 27, that's in 97. 2 Kings chapter 9, verse 27. But when Ahaziah, king of Judah, saw this, he fled by the way of the garden house. So he saw what happened to Jehoram, him getting that arrow right through the chest. Jesus. It says, and Jehu followed after him and said, smite him also in the chariot. Man. So now we talk about the God's righteousness. We talk about men like this, Jehu at this time, and talk about like Samuel, things like that. We talk about prophets and kings, right? You know, oftentimes we just kind of get this religious aspect where it's just, a lot of talk, which we know talking is just half of the judgment. Action is the other part. Like cats don't really realize, or they tend to forget. You read about the men of the Lord. They spoke great words, on the Most High's behalf. But these men were killers, right? But now I'm talking about killing as far as execution, not as far as murder, right? He was a king. So this is something to, not take lightly. And then when it comes to the Most High, when it comes to His judgment, any little bit of the Most High, like you're saying, there's no way to get around. A lot of folks have to die. A lot of people have to die. There must be much killing done. We're talking about the why behind the killing, which is execution, meaning it's according to justice as opposed to according to, you just have ill will toward your brother or your sister. You lying presumptuously against your neighbor, right? And you see, men even in these times kind of boast about that, like how many bodies I got, in these streets and this, that, and the third. When it's just like, man, you just had that same spirit, but just placed in a position of righteousness. You'd be a force to be reckoned with. But now, even with that, the fruit of the spirit to come into play to say, okay, well, I got that mentality, like the Most High is like a man of war. I know even in warfare, there's times where the battle is also times to lay low. There's times to be patient. There's time to warn. There's times to encourage. There's times to build up. That full-fledged destruction is coming. If anything, we need to make sure we only do that if it's required. We defend ourselves, something like that. But as far as going out there and waging war here and now, we saw our forefathers in times past, how they did that, how it ended up, being a major catalyst for 70 AD, right? You had even disciples of Christ that were zealots, right? That Christ had to pull under his wing and go, look, okay, you got the right idea, okay, to the enemy, but now follow me. Here's how you follow me. Take that spirit, but then use it this way, right? So Christ showed even zealots, okay, here's how they get down. But for those zealots who were just hardcore, like, yeah, the hell with these Romans, the hell with these damn publicans. I'm gonna get them out of here. And those men came to naught. And Jerusalem was still destroyed, even for, despite all their efforts.
Barabbas.
I'm thinking, what was it, one of the 12? You don't hear about it too much, but it's the Simon Zelotes, right? He was also called Simon the Canaanite. He was a zealot, but converted to following Christ.
It's like the beautiful thing about the Most High straightforward. The Most High is not about hiding and telling you that I didn't do it. The Most High is not that, right? When you read Deuteronomy 32, verse 39 to 41, I'll read the beginning of it. Deuteronomy 32.
Pick it up a little bit.
And 39 reads,
2 hours.
see now that I, even I am he, and there is no God with me. I kill, and I make alive. I wound, and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. Most High is not hiding. In this system, Esau tried to do the same thing, but he's hiding.
Yeah.
He's not coming out forefront saying, yo, I'm killing you. Right? He's killing you, but he's hiding the fact that he's trying to tell you that he's not. The Most High is straightforward. Yeah, so for example, in the war against terrorism, the real terrorism is Esau, but he's hiding and put the blame on somebody else while he's killing people and trying to cover it up like he's not.
Yeah.
And terror is not they synthesize the word terror, right? So that people feel like, man, terrorism is bad. The Most High is a terrible guy.
yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, so terror
He's
for the righteousness.
Esau gave you colors.
Yeah.
He said these are threat levels.
Right. Terror for righteousness is the best thing. That's what the Most High is showing. But they synthesize the word, they make it, seems like, yo, you are the terrorist, but really they want to be the terrorists.
Because they want to be like the Most High.
Right.
So what about this king? What about his bodyguards and stuff? His name? Over to you, man. I can't help you. I'm quite sure the king had his bodyguards and people around him,
When the Most High judgment is knocking at your door,
Yeah.
even they'll fail you. Just to go along with what you were saying, going with Deuteronomy 32 and 39, as far as the terror piece, Job 18:11, right? Can't favorite. And I'll read down to 14. Job chapter 18 and verse 11, it reads, terror shall make him afraid on every side. He shall drive him to his feet. So like we were talking about earlier before we started the service, right? Y'all, we're talking about being a creator, being a maker. The Most High is the ultimate creator, but then the Most High making us in his image after his likeness. Gave us that ability to make on a lower level, right? To create on a lower level. So Esau on the other side, right, wanting to be like the Most High, but from the left-hand path, he wants to now use or wield terror like it's his own. Like trying to control fire, right? It's like you can't control fire. You can set a fire, but once it gets blazing, you may have said, okay, I achieved my objective. I want to set this place ablaze. Once the fire gets gone, it takes a life of its own, right? Now it's out of the box to where you can't even control it once it gets going. Esau attempts to control fire, like he tries to attempt terrorism, where he wants to control those he labels as terrorists. But then when those folks say, you know what, we had a deal, you broke our agreement, we had to, do things on our own now. Now Esau's like, oh, shame on them, this, that, and the third one. It's like, you gave them legs, you gave them wings. Now that the flames have burned too strongly, now you're trying to fan down the flames, but at that point it's too late. It makes you think of you remember the movie Troy with Brad Pitt, poorly casted. You go back to that time period of Troy and Sparta, especially the Trojans. That was back when it was still Japheth there. That's not the discussion. But when Agamemnon was talking about, I want to play Achilles, but he won't listen to me, right? He does his own thing because he was like a warrior who pretty much had a reputation in battle. He could kind of leverage his skills and like his top men that fought with him against Agamemnon, the king of Sparta. So they were like at odds with each other. And his counselor was like, he said, "My king is not. We must not. We must not control. We must not control Achilles. We must unleash him." So even at that language, right? We can't control him, but we can unleash him. It's like trying to control fire. Like you use fire to get it to achieve an end, but you don't know exactly what that end might be.
Right.
You might get your goals, but you might get some other stuff happen that you didn't want,
right,
because you're dealing with a force you can't control. And that was like the case of Achilles with Agamemnon in that movie.
I'm gonna pull y'all and I'm gonna read all the way down in Deuteronomy 39. But I will come out here about a long reading.
Come, before you do, let me just finish this in Job 18. I got you. So now it says in Job 18:11, terror shall make him afraid on every side, and shall drive him to his feet. It says his strength shall be hunger bitten, and his instructor shall be ready at his side. The thing he try to control and use against others, right? Try to use food to control people's food supply, right? Now he's gonna be hunger bitten. Instructor shall be ready at his side. He wants to destroy through different means. Now he's gonna be destroyed. Check this out. He shall devour the strength of his skin, even the firstborn of death shall devour his strength. It says devour the strength of his skin. We talk about in the world today, so-called white supremacy. We know he's not really white, different shades of red. But even he tries to use just how he looks at face value,
right,
as though just on how he looks alone, regardless of his actions, he's one to be listened to. He's one to be followed. If you think about the way racism, so-called white supremacy works, it's nonsense. It's goofy. Yet he's been able to sell this idea,
right,
to have blonde hair and blue eyes and pale skin, this, that, and the third, that somehow you are better, you are elite, you are more evolved, and it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Right.
It just shows you that they're not really about justice when it comes to rule. They're about dominance by any means. Let's go one more. I got you. 14. His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle. It says, and it shall bring him to the king of terrors. I wanted to get that part there just to show, like you were saying, Moses gonna laugh and go, "Oh, you thought you were a terrorist. You thought you controlled terror. I'm the king of terror. I'm the one that made it. I'm the original, right?" Yeah. Was what he said? Y'all gonna ox, belly. I'm the original, right? So the Most High, he's the first. He's like, listen, I put the T in terrible, right? Or in Hebrew would say Shaja. El Shaja Allah, terrible power, right? That's what you see in the Hebrew anytime you see God Almighty in the scriptures. That Almighty in the Hebrew just means terrible. It's the same word for terrible.
And you get to like the terrible guy in movies only, not in real life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The one that's terrorizing, that's killing. Yo, go get him. You can only like that in movies. Yeah. Right? Let me read Isaiah 32 again. I'm going to read verse 40.
You mean Deuteronomy?
Deuteronomy 32. I'm going to read to 45. All right, fast. 40. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. Deuteronomy 32 and 41. If I wet my glittering sword, in mine hand take hold of judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and I will reward them that hate me. 42 even get crazier. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Right? So when you read that, I can hear people in the Christianity say, not my God.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 32 and 43. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for you will avenge the blood of his servants and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his hand, and unto his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. Speaking about the land of Israel, and speaking about Israel, his people, and we're going to see that in verse 45. It says, 44, and Moses came and spake all the words of this song. Check this out. This is a song. Something that you repeat over and over and make a song out of it, so that it can resonate in people's ears, that the Most High is not to play with. Right? It says a song in the ears of the people. He and Hoshea, the son of Nun. Verse 45. And Moses made an end of speaking all these words to all Israel. That's it. He was proclaiming how the Most High is terrible and how he don't play around on the side of all Israel, his people.
Yeah. Coming back to what you said now, you said when you start a fire, you can't really stop it. It can get out of hand, right? So let's read Daniel chapter 3, verse 22. So Daniel chapter 3, verse 22. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, the furnace exceeding hot, the flame of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So the fire was so hot, it just like it killed the men who took them up. So when you talk about, it's for the biblical, I know you talk about like a movie we just said.
Oh, Troy.
Troy, yeah. But this fire was like just raging, just like took the men.
Mm-hmm. Come.
There's some big furnace right there. Burn up everything.
Kind of Most High's power over the elements, right?
Exactly.
Whereas us as mankind, we can wield it to a certain extent, but then those elements get out of hand to where we can't stop them. Right? What do you do against an avalanche, right? Snow, which is pretty much water, frozen water, right? Falling at you, and it's just collecting mass, right? Coming at you. What do you do against that? So many things in the world that we can really truly consider to be epic, for sure, that the Most High has when it comes to the elements. These things belong to Him, and we're privileged to wield these and use these for our own little purposes.
And I think it was Hawaii, the volcano, ash was coming down, and people like, okay, we gotta get out of here.
What can you do against it? This is still talking about the Most High's creation. These elements are still things He made. We're not even talking about He Himself, right? These are still things He made. So He Himself, if these things He made are this terrible, consider Him. We read about the end of Jehu. It talks about the behemoth, or what we call the dinosaur today. And he goes into not only the land, the one that's on land, but then the one that's in the water, the Leviathan. Goes into those details. And it says, I think the verse even says that, this how, sparks come out of his mouth, out of his nostrils, right? And flames, and how men will die just at the sight of him. And it's like, consider how terrible he is. It's like, consider He who made him. It's just like, you think this is bad? I'm the one that made him. Check me out. But the Most High, He's just cool. He's in the background, He's everything in motion, just watching people who, like we see, and even in the scriptures, people have to be reminded of the Most High, right? They forget about what the things the Most High did. Time goes on, and they say, how's the expression go? Great feats become myth becomes legend. People wonder, wow, it's a tale that's been told, but I don't know, so much time has gone by. Is it really true? Was there some sort of like memorial? Even there is a memorial to describe a thing. Did that really happen? I don't know. It was so long ago. Like, because something happened long ago, it must have not. We just don't know if it happened or not, if it's not, or if it's true or not. It's just like, that's not the way to think. You get people question the flood, questioning all these different things, questioning how Egypt fell under the hand of Ramses II, as they say. But if you were there at that time, you would be fresh in your mind, like, wow, the Most High is real. Even like we read about with Elijah not too long ago in 2 Kings, what he did, having the fire fall from heaven, how people were there to witness that. And it was like, oh, well, the God of Israel is no joke. But give it a little bit of time, people forget. They go back into their ways, go back to the flesh, go back to idols. And it's just like, how you got such short-term memory? Forgot about the Most High, how terrible he is. You go going back to those idols.
Maybe we could cut it in. But Hebrews 10:31.
Oh, you pulling that too?
Yeah, Hebrews 10:31. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
Right. Hebrews 10:31. Okay. So that Daniel 3:22, Deuteronomy 32:40 to 45, and then Job 18:11 to 14, and then Deuteronomy 32 and 39. All that going with the 27. We didn't finish, which let me pick up the pace a little bit. I'm pulling a lot of links. Let's make sure
we're at 27 now, right?
Yeah. Let's make sure we keep it rolling. So 2 Kings chapter 9 verse 27. I'll read it again from the top. It says, but when Ahaziah, the king of Judah, saw this, he fled by the way of the garden house. And Jehu followed after him and said, smite him also in the chariot. And he did so at the going up to Gur, which is by Ibleam. And he fled to Megiddo and died there. That's what I was going to talk about earlier in the beginning. Megiddo being an interesting place that has a lot of history, which we'll come back to again as we go on in Kings. But I pulled the map up again. And if you look at those red arrows on the left side, this pretty much shows where the two of them clashed. So right here, if you look on if I zoom in some, it's not too. So it says in the middle here, Jehu kills Joram and Jezebel, but kind of jumped the gun a little bit. We're going to read that though. So far, we got Joram at this point. You see where Jezreel is, and you had this arrow here where it talks about Ahaziah wounded by Jehu's warriors, which we're reading about right now. And then you see the arrow going up here where he travels to Megiddo up here by the Kishon River, where it says Ahaziah dies. So this Megiddo, this place is very significant. There's a lot of significant things that have happened here. We'll get a couple others as we go through Kings, different battles that were fought here, and other major events. And we know this city here, Megiddo, is going to be important when Christ makes his second coming. This is going to be like Joel talked about in his prophecy. This valley of Megiddo is going to be where the nations come together to fight that third world war, right? So don't be shocked that we see all this attention on Israel and Gaza and the conflict we see kind of further down below. But most sides letting us know in the prophecy, it is going to be a key place. Not only was it a key place in times past, like we're reading now, it's going to be a key place to get closer and closer to that day when Christ makes his second coming. But just to have some places and some visuals to associate with the events that we're reading now. But now let me go back to reading where we left off. This is in 2 Kings chapter 9, in verse 28. It says, and his servants carried him in a chariot to Jerusalem and buried him in his sepulchre with his fathers or ancestors in the city of David. So he was brought back to the city of David, back to Jerusalem, and buried with his fathers. It says in verse 29, in the 11th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, began Ahaziah to reign over Judah. Right, just letting you know that the time frame as far as when he started reigning and for how long, right? We have a time lapse between Ahab and Joram, and then from Joram, he reigned for a little while, and then Ahaziah came on the scene after that. It's kind of just like mentioning it again.
So Ahab is Judah, right?
Hmm?
Ahab is Judah, right?
No. No. He was northern kingdom. Ahaziah is of the line of David. So now, chapter 30 and verse 1, 2 Kings chapter 9 and verse 30 reads, and when Jehu was come to Jezreel, so now, kind of gave it away on the map, sorry about that. You got to read about Jezebel and the judgment she has to face now. It says, Jezebel heard of it, and she painted her face and tied her head and looked out at a window. So it says, painted her face. I think in the side cap it says, put her eyes in
A
painting.
little makeup, no eye makeup.
And it says, and tied her head, and she wrapped her hair and looked out at a window.
Trying to
So,
so enticing.
yeah, exactly. But you might say
She gotta
today,
look good, right?
she dolled herself up, right? Because hopefully by that, her trying to use her beauty, whatever remained of it, right?
Sketchy seeing eye.
She can use this to assuage Jehu to kind of calm down his flame, right? So he can say, "Oh, all right, we'll figure out something to do with her, right? We won't do like we did with his Ahab's sons. Let's see if Jehu was taken aback by this." But I mean, can't falter, right? It's all about power, right? You want to maintain power, you got to use all the things at your disposal.
I have to try, right?
But power that's wielded according to wickedness, like we said earlier, we're going to keep revisiting as you go throughout the Kings. It's just it's got a shelf life on
Like the women these days, right? They get their phone, their makeup on.
it. You guys can see Quiet doing the. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's all about influence, right? Men and women, since we have different glories, right? We'll use the glory that God gave us to our advantage, right? To gain power, to gain influence, for good or for bad, as we see in her case. But now let's see what happens. It says in verse 31, and as Jehu entered in at the gate, he said, "Had Zimri peace? Who slew his master?" It's not even talking back to Zimri. Remember, he was I think he was a general too that took the thrones over a king. But unfortunately, he was wicked too. And then he got dealt with. He got, I think, taken out in his palace. You go back to that story. You go back to 1 Kings 16. We won't get the whole thing just for time's sake, but you can link 9:31. You can link it with 1 Kings chapter 16. You go back to Zimri. 9. We get all the way down to 20 as far as his particular story, his annals, if you will, as far as Zimri. So he's calling back to him and saying, where was his protection? Right? If you do wicked, you shall receive for the wicked that you've done. So he says, had Zimri peace? Who slew his master? 32. Because remember, he killed the king, and then I think took the power himself, and then even he ended up dying with that story. A couple weeks back, we read that, right? A couple months back. He says he lifted up his face to the window and said, "Who is on my side? Who?" And there looked out to him 2 or 3 eunuchs. I think in the middle caption says chamberlains. Kind of reminds me of a little bit of Moses when he came down from the mountain. When we built the golden calf. And he'd say, "Who's on the Lord's side?" He said, "Yeah, like 3,000 Levites." I stood up and was like, "Moses, what's up?" Moses was like, "We're about to read here. Fall on them." Damn. Woo! Hope I wasn't there doing wickedly back then. If I was there back then, hope I wasn't the one dealing with the calf. But could have very well been. I don't know. God forbid, but I don't know. I don't know where I was then.
Oh, young women and children.
Having a good time.
So yeah, like I said, when he said that, made me think of that when Moses said the same thing. Who's on the Lord's side? So it says 2 of the eunuchs heard him, verse 33, and he said, "Throw her down." So it says that she was looking at a window, and like the castle obviously was elevated, right? It had stories to it. So it says so they threw her down. It says, and some of her blood was sprinkled on the wall. So when she landed, it was like, I guess, part of her burst, and it splattered on the wall. It says, and on the horses. Woo. And he trode her underfoot. It's not even the horses. Looks like I got the horses involved, but now he's not done. 34. And when he was come in, he did eat and drink and said, "Go see now this cursed woman and bury her, for she is a king's daughter." Right? So even Jehu, right? Coming for justice, but even giving her a burial, right? And when they went to bury her, Remember, don't forget the judgment. We read about this before, as far as the not the horses. We read about the dogs. Remember? And they went to bury her, but they found no more of her than the skull and the feet and the palms of her hands. So when her body fell down to go get her body, that's all that was left. Wow, that's crazy. Because we read earlier, the Most High said the dogs.
It's gonna spread.
The
Fertilizes.
dogs. Yeah.
So I said,
So Ahab didn't escape, she didn't escape.
Right.
Wherefore they came in and told him, he said, this is the word of Jehu, which he spake by his servant Elijah the Tishbite, saying, in the portion of Jezreel shall the dog eat the flesh of Jezebel. So that's 9 and 36.
1 second.
That links with, let me just get the link. Hold on. 1 Kings chapter 21. We read it already, but we can link it again. Verse 23 links with 9 and 36. And then to finish it up with 37, and I'll give it to you, y'all come in. And the carcass of Jezebel shall be as dung upon the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, this is Jezebel. Wow, because they're not going to say because she's not. She was, now she's not. Like I said, we're talking about the heathen, right? We're talking about, a wicked king Ahab. We're talking about a heathen queen Jezebel. But the judgment sounds very much like he mentioned in Revelations. It sounds like the great supper, the great feast the Most High is going to have for the kings of the earth when Christ makes a second coming, right? Where it talks about them eating of the carcasses they left behind, the kings of the earth want to hold on to their power. And they're not even going to be given the proper burials. Those are being cheap positions. So the what do you call it? The food, the platters for the birds. As like Aquash Mouth always say, oh, look at that bird food. You guys gonna be bird food in that last day. But I'm not sure who's y'all kind of quiet.
No, I didn't realize that when it says she's the king's daughter, or her father's a king of Zidonian.
Yeah. Come.
right, saying that when you go in retrospect, what the Most High said in the beginning, and then see the action and the events happening to bring it about, sometimes if you get too caught up in the action and the events and get wrapped up emotionally in it, you kind of like forget what the Most High said. Then you come back and say, oh man, the Most High said it. But it's kind of like today, in today's time, a lot happening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot happening. Sometimes even you in it, in the events and things that's going on, it's like sometimes you lose track of what the Most High said until you take a step back and then zoom in and say, yeah, the Most High said it. That's why that's why the Most High have it every so often. He got feast days. He has those days that we come in so that we can refresh on what's happening out there, because the world is so convoluted with events and things like that the Most High set up. You have to have a day like this, like the Sabbath, to come back and reviewing what's happening out there versus what's in the scripture.
It's true. It's true. Prophecy is definitely it's like working out.
Right.
Like every day that you go out and come in, like it says in the law, Deuteronomy 6.
Right.
These commandments shall be with you when you rise up, when you go out in your day to day, when you come home. Right. Like it's easy to forget that. It's easy to forget. You might go through the whole day and like not do one prayer. You come back home and just like, oh my God. Now that I'm not doing any prayers, I just been so caught up in my business or my thing I'm trying to finish. I haven't thought of one scripture or one verse to even associate all the things that I had. And you think back on the day, you can be like, oh yeah, that was that prophecy. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that there. Like it really takes a constant discipline, a constant spiritual conditioning, right? Spiritual exercise to constantly meditate on the law day and night.
Yep. And it's like when you look at it, even the feast days, that's why you got to keep the feast day. You got to keep the high holy days. You got to walk in the law, because if we don't do that, we'll get lost out there in the world. right? And the Most High set it up perfect, especially in this world where we don't interact like we supposed to on a regular basis, because now we have this. You see what I'm saying? So the phone, the social media, replace the real interaction.
Yeah.
That's why the Most High said, do not forget the gathering ourselves together. Right? To have like interaction and real interaction. Because if not, everybody's stuck right here on that phone. Right? It's like what they try to push, like we become more like transhumanism. Right? Like we communicate more with machine than we do with real people. So that's why the Most High have it like on the feast days, you gotta come in so have real interaction.
Yeah, it's true. It's pretty much the counterfeit version of the tree of life, right? Where they refer to as a singularity. We know on the righteous, on the right hand side, the singularity really is just tree of life, but oneness with God. It's the first great commandment Christ tells us, right? Hear, Israel, Lord our God is one. That's the real singularity. But with them, like you said, it's the whole the point where man becomes like machine and machine becomes like man, the point where they meet. But even with that, the commandments aren't there. You're just like a vampire. You know, you're just a vampire on life support. And when the Most High decides to take your soul, regardless of the machinery keeping you physically alive, you can't fight against that. But, you know, they can't even equate or can't even measure a soul. So, you know, with them, a soul, you know, being alive is just a beating heart or brain signals. We know living is more than just that. Yeah, that's their version of the, you know, tree of life. So then that's their immortality, you know, to merge with AI and merge with robotics and then become, you know, the best we could be. I'm like, no, we were better before. You know, they make it seem like in ancient times we were just booga booga, you know, scratching up behind, you know, clubbing rats, you know. I was like, no, that was y'all during the Dark Ages. That's y'all the Neanderthal, not us. That was y'all's people. And the Most High made you better than that. Most High made you better than that even from the start. As a cunning hunter, man of the field. But yeah, that's them. They're the Neanderthal. They're the cavemen. Because they love the caves. Most High told us they love the caves. You know?
Right now, yeah.
What?
Like they are the Flintstones.
Yeah, exactly.
Until they realize, you know what? Let's adopt the Most High's word. Right? Let's adopt the Most High's word and copy it, and then call ourselves, you know, these people. Yeah, because that's the best system.
Yeah. You know? And that's nothing more than a hunter putting on camouflage, right, to deceive the prey. Yep. We always laugh watch those nature shows. You see like the lioness or the hyena or whatever that come up, and you'll see the gazelle grazing, you know, drinking at the bottom of the brook. The gazelle will look up, a little ear start to twitch, and you see the predator's gonna go. Just sit down, look around. Ain't nobody here but us lions. So they go back to drinking and get back up. Start getting a little bit closer. Once you gotta have your attention, they want to just make it seem like, oh, I'm not a friend. I'm your friend. I'm your buddy. And we see that in the Maccabees, right? Tryphon and these other guys, Nicanor, right? They'll say, oh, it's peace, my brother, peace. Even that hug. Yeah. Twist. Stab, twist. Right in the back. Yeah, man. Esau's true to form. We got to know who they are. How the Most High made them.
Send those men away, right?
But what we were saying before, as far as the importance of the holy days and just meditate on the law day and night. This is Matthew 26 and 41. So Christ said this. Matthew 26 and 41. And what a perfect time for him to say this, given what he's about to go through. It's going to be a high level when it comes to affliction. Matthew 26 and 41, it says, watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. He says, the spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. So we get to constantly be spiritually exercising. And like you're saying, Kahan, the Most High's got things in place where enough time won't go by till we'll be compelled to come together, like you said, recharge, right? To strengthen our spiritual bodies in conjunction with our physical bodies, which we get to bring along for the ride, right? Our physical bodies have their glory, but the spiritual body has a greater glory. But oftentimes in this world, the physical body is given a greater glory than the spiritual. And that's where people, fall astray. Or you'll see them, they'll be in tip-top shape. They'll lower their heart rate, right? They'll increase how much weight they can put up. They got, a healthy diet, right? Not necessarily a lawful diet. That's no discussion. But sometimes a lawful diet, but not according to God, but according to, man's understanding. Different why, same what. And then they'll drop dead. You say, how did this person drop dead? They were always exercising. Had like a heart rate that was like 40 beats per minute. Oh my God, like a strong heart, this, that, and the third, tip top shape, right? Vegetarian diet, only eat lean meats, etc. Pescatarian diet, and then they did.
They were unbalanced. They were good on one side, the other side they had a lot of other sin weighing in their spirit. Stress. Sometimes people can put up a good show,
Yeah.
Look good on the outside, but stress is killing them because this society puts stress on them.
Yeah.
But you gotta put a good face out there. Don't let people see you sweat.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, after a while, you can't keep up. The mind just sends signals to your cells. They can't keep up anymore. You're done. You're finished.
Yeah. In the gym, for a lot of folks, that is the escape.
Yep.
You release all those different endorphins, the different hormones and stuff to counteract the cortisol, the stress hormone that you tend to have day in and day out living in society. But in the end, it won't be enough.
Yep.
It won't be enough.
And you see also, like for any little things, they selling you those fireworks.
Mm-hmm.
It's a stress relief too.
Yeah.
Because the boom, boom, boom you're hearing while you're sleeping all day, it's people releasing stress because the sound and everything, help out. Otherwise, they would boom, boom, boom somebody's head.
Me and the sister Warrior, we were talking about that being in the Tuesday class this week. If she's listening, she probably remember. We were talking about that. Like, why is it fireworks going off?
Yeah,
and
stress,
explosions.
Stress
Stress.
relief. Stress.
She was hearing stuff going down, where she was at down there in Georgia. Like, I was saying the same thing. We hear, weird same things I hear in Philly. And it's like, hold on, we know the wicked schedule. We know, okay, they got the Father's Day and Mother's Day and July 4th, those little nonsense going on. And why are people celebrating now? Why am I hearing firecrackers? It won't be a bunch. It'll be like a moderate amount. You go, oh man, some other foolish folly day going on today? But like you said,
instead of them yelling, it won't be loud enough. Physically yelling, it won't be loud enough. They use that and channel that energy into that boom, boom, yeah.
Sometimes both. All these things are symptoms to the problem, right?
Yep.
It's like a doctor, right? What's the root cause? Spiritual, always spiritual. Let's go back to 2 Kings. Now we're in chapter 10. Let me pick it up a little bit. And we've been going.
Oh, we got 10? We got 10.
Yeah, it's chapter 10. Amen. Yeah. Doing a little more chit chat than usual. And before we were finished by now. We were finished by 12 something. But 2 Kings chapter 10, and in verse 1, it reads, and Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria, right? See, this makes you think of too. It says, and Jehu wrote letters and sent to Samaria unto the rulers of Jezreel and to the elders, and to them that brought up Ahab's children, saying, now as soon as this letter cometh to you, seeing your master's sons are with you, and there are with you chariots and horses, a fenced city also, and armor, look even out to the best and meetest of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. So, kind of like the opposite what you expect, right? What he's saying. Obviously, they're thinking like, oh, is he going to come for them? Because you know what happened in Judges, right? You had one judge leave, another judge come on the scene. The sons of whoever came before, it would say, find them and root them out, right? And destroy them. What was it, Jerubbaal, I think it was? I think it was like during the time of Jephthah, and the judge before, after him, I think it was, he had that happen. It says, they were exceeding afraid and said, behold, 2 kings stood not before him. How then shall we stand? He said, he took out the king of Judah and the king of Israel. He's going to do the same thing to us. But this makes you think of an important lesson, right? This is in Wisdom of Solomon. Let me get it real quick and we'll come back. Wisdom of Solomon, I think it's chapter 4.
Gideon had 70 sons also, 71.
Yeah. I think it was one that came after Gideon, right? With Jerubbaal. Was that his surname? I have to read that story again. I just remember him cutting off all his sons, like save one.
He had 70 sons. Wow.
But this is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, in verse 1, where it reads, "Better it is to have no children and to have virtue, for the memorial thereof is immortal, because it is known with God and with men." There's a lot of folks that are in a worldly mindset, even Israel, right, that knows the truth. It's easy to forget something like this, right? Verse 2, "When it is present, men take example at it, and when it is gone, they desire it. It weareth a crown, and triumpheth forever, having gotten the victory, striving for undefiled rewards." So this is what Paul was talking about. He talked about the uncorruptible crown, right? How men in the world see the corruptible crown through, running games, running races, doing competitions. We can talk about running, singing, dancing, and playing for medal, right? Oh, look at my Grammy. Oh, look at my Oscar. Oh, look at my gold medal. Oh, look at my trophy, right?
Must be news.
That's supposed to be, the excellency, right? Oh, man, look at this. You show these celebrities, these athletes, you go into their house, you have a little cabinet. Oh, look at this excellence, right? Once again, that has its glory. But what about the spirit? What about these undefiled rewards? That glory is so much greater, but you can't touch it. You can't smell it. You can't taste it, right? People they miss it. They miss it. They totally want to look to it. Don't even consider it. Let me read on. Verse 3, "But the multiplying brood of the ungodly shall not thrive, nor take deep rooting from bastard slips, nor lay any fast foundation." Bastard slip, right? Oh man, you were people say, people born out of wedlock, so you were an accident, right? "For though they flourish in branches for a time, yet standeth not fast, they shall be shaken with the wind. With the force of winds, they shall be rooted out." It gets worse as you go down, but I'll stop there. You guys get the idea. So we can definitely take this into account when we look at and consider Ahab, even the fact that he's got many sons, as we're reading here. But what did he have in the place of righteousness? Right? Back to 2 Kings chapter 10. Let's read on. I read 2 Kings 10, 1-4, and I read Wisdom of Solomon 4, 1-4. Now back in 2 Kings 10. Let's read 2 Kings 10, 5. It says, "And he that was over the house, and he that was over the city, the elders also, and the bringers up of the children, sent to Jehu, saying, We are thy servants, and will do all that thou shalt bid us. We will not make any king. Do thou that which is good in thine eyes." Right? So he said, listen, I don't even want to get on your bad side, because clearly we see Jehu off the rip. It set the tone, right? I'm a kingslayer. Not only kingslayer of the north, of the south too, right? And clearly I'm killing them because of what they were up to, not doing it the Most High. So they said, listen, what you want to do, you got it. You're not going to say, because we don't want anybody to come back to us and say, oh, you thought you were supposed to be king? Oh, you thought that, you want to put him in power for your own gain? Like, I don't even want that to come back to me. And now me be on your hit list. King Jehu, you got it. What the kids say now? He's him. Right now, Jehu is him, right? It's like, listen, you got it, man. What he wants to do, we'll line up. We'll get in line and do it. It says in verse 6, "And he wrote a letter the second time to them, saying, If ye be mine, and if ye will hearken unto my voice, take ye the heads of the men, your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time." Yeah.
So those are the guys that's over the estate. He get all the kids.
Yeah, come. But you saw the show where he put it out the first time. He said, "Oh yeah, you guys make kings wherever you see fit. We want to set power. Have at it." They read through that real quick. They said, "Oh no, we know what kind of man you are. That's not gonna bode well. What do you want us to do?" He said, okay, you get it? All right, so here's what I want you to do. Go and take these guys and bring their heads.
It's like
Yo!
what they call regime change.
Uh-huh.
They want a regime change. There's a new king in town.
You see what he's doing, right? It's cunning in his approach, right? It's like, I'm gonna put that in your hands, you know? I'm gonna let you do this on my behalf, right? Yeah. Let me read that again. It says he wrote a letter to the second time to them saying, ye be mine, and if you will hearken unto my voice, as you say, take ye the heads of the men, your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time.
You know, it's a coup d'etat he tell them to do, right?
Yes.
They said, nah, you ain't gonna do that. You tell us what to do.
Now the king's sons, being 70 persons, were with the great men of the city, which brought them up, like you said, they're caretakers. Kind of like when we go to Maccabees, remember Lysias? He was looking at the Antiochus V, Antiochus IV, Epiphanes' son, right, before he could come of age. Verse 7, and it came to pass, when a letter came to them, that they took the king's son and slew 70 persons and put their heads in baskets and sent him them to Jezreel. Wow. Well, Jehu son of Nimshi, right? Remember it. Says in verse 8, and there came a messenger and told him, saying, they have brought the heads of the king's sons. You know what's so sad? We look at this and say, oh man, that's gangster. But then you really think upon it a little deeper, and it's like, it's depressing, because it's like, Ahab, you're going about things differently. It wouldn't have to turn out this way for you. Yeah.
Gideon's sons, all his sons died. Gideon's 70 sons died.
But in the case of him, it's like we can see directly why the judgment fell upon him and upon his house.
Yeah.
All these roots, right? All these vines, right? To continue his name, just rooted up. And for us to remember, all the way up until now, we can go back to Ahab's story and just go, man.
Even so,
learn from Ahab. Learn what not to be from Ahab. Like, that thing is just stained forever, like in the records. We have it here to read, like, damn. That's wild.
not a stain to it, it's like the sin of Jeroboam. But even Saul's sons, they killed some. Saul, 10 sons?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wow.
Right. It's like the thing we're in the fourth time was written for our learning.
Yeah.
It's not so much the physical thing that happened. That's past. Right? The physical thing that happened to them, they felt that in the time when it happened.
Yeah.
Right? The emotion and things like that, it was deep. But what remained, like you said, is the record. The record of those that's gonna read it, take heed.
Yeah. Yeah. And not.
Right? And not take heed. Right? You can end up in the same situation and feeling the pain that they felt. That you wasn't there, but you can feel it in your time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. So, wow.
Yeah, man. So let's read on in verse 8. And there came a messenger and told him, saying, they have brought the heads of the king's son. He said, lay them in 2 heaps at the entering in of the gate until the morning. Okay. So the gate, that's where everybody goes out and comes in. So everybody starts my cool, they go.
Oh.
Imagine folks that were benefactors or friends with the king's sons. They look over and they look in the basket, and one on the top is one of the king's sons they knew. Imagine your heart would jump.
That's not what a fan of heart. To be a king in that position, to execute that, you gotta be.
Me and the king's son, we were out doing such and such the other day. We were having fun doing some exercise. Now I'm looking at his head in the basket. Wow. Talk about sending the message. It says, and it came to pass in the morning that he went out and stood and said to all the people, ye be righteous. Behold, I conspired against my master and slew him. But who slew all these? So it's like we in this together now, right? Know not that there shall fall unto the earth nothing of the word of Yahweh, which the Lord spake concerning the house of Ahab. The Lord hath done that which he spake by his servant Elijah. So calling back to that warning that goes back to 1 Kings 21 yet again. It says, so it's like they thought they were doing him a favor. But it says in verse 11, so Jehu slew all that remained in the house of Ahab and Jezreel, and all his great men, and his kinfolks, and his priests, until he left him none remaining. So it's like,
Priest.
so he said, man, I'm gonna have you do my light work and then just put it back in your face. And then I'm gonna take you out like who's he that remain? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Even the priest.
So once again, the Most High said it, it's gotta go down. Right? That's what he's emphasizing here in verse 10. It's not like you got like a message and you're reading the message from a king and all of a sudden the words fall off the page and fall on the ground. It's like, oh, I missed it. Look, it said, oh, or it got smudged. The king's message got smudged. I don't know what he wants from us. It came by carrier pigeon. I'm reading it, but it got smudged by the rain or something. No, everything's there. Most I said it. This is going to happen. It's written. It must be done.
It's like power is not for everybody.
Yeah.
That power is not. You don't play with power. When it comes to you, got to slay people, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Power plays with you. You get in the seat, but now you decide how you drive it.
Yeah. That's what it is.
They talk about driving what would be chariots or even modern day with the cars, the horsepower. Right? So you decide how you drive the car when you're behind the wheel.
Yeah.
But when you drive behind the wheel, you can do a lot of good behind the wheel. You do a lot of hurt behind the wheel too.
Yeah. You gotta have a heart of a lion. Sometimes you gotta be like a sheep. You know how to play all parts, given the situation.
Mm-hmm. This is definitely something to meditate on. But now, let me read on in verse 12. So 2 Kings chapter 10 and verse 12, it says, and he arose and departed and came to Samaria. And as he was at the shearing house in the way, which you go into a shearing house where the shepherds bring the sheep. Once they have like a full thing of wool, they would bring them at a certain time and shear them. And then, weigh it, and then, either sell it or retrade it or whatever they do with it.
It's a marketplace, right? Marketplace for lifestyle.
Right. It's pretty much like the similar to like when you go, like we're talking about now, first fruits. Going up there and getting the wheat over these last couple of weeks, right? So that's what they would do with the sheep. And then coat would be nice and full. It would say, okay, let's get them all together and then it'd be like a little thing. You had Judah, remember he would do that with this Canaanite guy. When you go back to Genesis, him and this Canaanite dude, they said they would get together and shear sheep. I think it said at the Adullam, around Adullam, that place, I think in Judah. They said there was a cave by there too. But anyway,
You can make thread. You can make clothing. Use it, put it up in the spool and make like a thread. You can make a nice sweater out of it.
Yeah, just say what they do today. You get the raw material, and you have the refined or finished products you make with the said material. Just like mining minerals and making it finished product, whether it be like different wares or jewelry, etc. Right? Let me read 12 again. It says, and he arose and departed and came to Samaria, and as he was at the shearing house in the way, Jehu met with the brethren of Ahaziah, king of Judah. So now their brothers remain, even though Ahaziah is killed by him. So let's see what they have to say. And said, who are ye? Check. Right? They're like, who are you, right? They want to figure out who he is, right? So they came up and stepped to him.
If it was in today's time, you gotta be on alert. Who are you? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm out.
But it's Israel versus Israel. So
Yeah, but,
Southern Kingdom versus Northern Kingdom, right? So who are you? And they answered, we are the brethren of Ahaziah, and we go down to salute the children of the king and the children of the queen. About that.
wrong answer.
about that. About them. Take a look at by the gate. They go back to the gate. They're like, oh, here they are. And then, well, wait a minute. Here the sons of the king's head. Where's Jezebel? Oh yeah, she's not. You might be able to find the remains of her feet, the remains of her palms, but the horses and the dogs took care of the rest. Jesus. Verse 14, he said, take them alive. And they took them alive. And he said, what? Wrong answer.
take them when they came to see the king and the queen, right?
Yeah. Because I guess they didn't get the memo.
That was the code, man.
Okay.
Who are you? Now you gotta give the code.
Well, someone didn't get the memo. All right. Y'all gonna learn real quick what just went down. They took them alive and slew them at the pit of the shearing house, even 42 men. Neither left he anything.
Wrong answer.
Yeah, we should have ran too.
Yeah. Jehu's a killer, man. Verse 15. And I know it's what brothers talk about when they say like the Most has to put that spirit on us to be like really truly warlike in that day. You know, the Most High said he's going to use us after the angels get done their duty. He's going to have us come in next as a second wave. He'll put the spirit on us to be able to, you know, do now what we might not have the stomach for. We just have the mind for. But yeah, we see with Jehu with his judgment, he's not playing.
Be like a young lion in the midst of them.
Mm-hmm. It says in verse 15, and when he was departed thence, he lighted upon Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, coming to meet him, and he saluted him and said to him, is that heart right, as my heart is with thy heart? And Jonadab answered, it is.
Yeah.
Right answer.
I'm on your side.
You have answered correctly. It says, if it be, give me thine hand. He gave him his hand, and he took him up to him into the chariot, right? So kind of let me up so I can stand next with you, right? Or abide next to you in the chariot.
So who you with?
Who's that song? That was the Jay-Z song. More O's than you know exist, kid. Who you with? Oh my God. This is, he said, come with me and see my zeal for your house. So they made him ride in his chariot, right? So he had to hold on. We read chapter 9, he ride it furiously. So let's see if he was, I don't know if he was cruising or if he was, you know, spinning out, but we'll see. And when he came to Samaria, he slew all that remained unto Ahab in Samaria, till he had destroyed him according to the saying of the Lord, which he spake to Elijah. So it's like,
I'm gonna show y'all how I do this thing. I'm gonna show y'all how to do this, son.
Yo, Ahab was rooted, established.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people here to take care of in different places.
Wow.
Come with me. I'm gonna show you how to do this, son.
Yeah, the whole family, family and all, everything.
The cabinet,
Nice setup.
the cabinet, the court, all that. Which shows you why America, when they go down, they got to go down bad. Because you look at even here in the United States, it's a cabal. You look at like the not so much the president, but the cabinet members. A lot of these guys like on double triple shift, right? It's like you got the same Department of State guy, you got the same guy that's Department of Defense, the same guy was here, like, and they go back. They're in position of 2 and 3, 4 different administrations oftentimes. These advisors, these CFR types, these what they call it, the American Enterprise Institute. These guys they advise multiple presidents.
Right, because you got to keep these guys. They top priorities.
Mm-hmm.
You got to keep them employed. You got to keep because they know too much.
But the thing is that our people are mixed up in them too.
Yeah, our people is part of it. Our people agents do for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What's your price? We got you. Just make sure you give us reward. Yeah, man. It says, verse 18. Let's see if there's any more. Any more of Ahab. Jehu gathered all the people together and said unto them, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu shall serve him much. Huh? It's like in the part of the story you go, huh? What? Did I just read that right?
Yeah.
Did I just read that right?
Let everyone seek another as well, right?
But Jezebel,
Not everyone seek his own.
Now, therefore, call unto me all the prophets of Baal, all his servants, and all his priests. Let none be wanting or lacking, for I have a great sacrifice to do to Baal. Whosoever shall be wanting or lacking, he shall not live. But Jehu did it in subtlety, to the intent that he might destroy the worshippers of Baal. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. The way it looked at first, it was like, wait a minute. No. You can't take them out and then pursuing the same level of riot. But as we know, let's get the whole story. Let's see how things pan out ultimately in the end. Because so far it's like, okay, yeah, he's on point. He's got he's doing house cleaning, right?
I know Baal is the god of the Zidonians. But here,
Firstly, I think so. Yeah, Canaan. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Canaan begat Zidon, his firstborn. So Zidonians are Canaanites.
But he got him in their own trap.
But these worshippers are who?
Like he just said, anybody who was loyal to Baal, anyone who pretty much would have been working for Ahab and his sons, hooking them up.
Yeah, got him on. We're gonna have a big feast.
I mean, we go back to Elijah. It wasn't too long ago. You saw those guys out there cutting themselves, dancing around. Baal! Like some of these guys are probably still around, and their sons following through on the same behaviors.
It's kind of like righteous.
I mean, not. I'm sorry, those guys wouldn't be around, but the guys probably next up would be around. Remember, Elijah killed all of them. So my apologies.
And I won't be surprised when the Mossad decide to make things happen.
Mm-hmm.
He said, listen, man, we're going to celebrate the best Christmas. Everybody gathered together in Times Square. If you're not there, man, you're missing out.
Get together at 30 Rock. Yeah. Underneath the Rockefeller Center.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The little statue was the Prometheus holding the fire, him sitting like this. Idol at the bottom of the Christmas tree. So anytime you see that in movies, right, on TV, it's always like, oh, 'tis the season. I want to go to 30 Rock and ice skate, and, buy gifts, go to Macy's, It's like, you see Esau's pretty much doing the same thing in the modern era, right? Look at these places. Okay. It says, Jehu sent through all Israel and all the worship of Baal came, so that there was not a man left that came not. And they came into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was full from one end to another. Damn. Wow.
A full house, huh?
Yeah.
Take me back to Samson. Remember the Philistines had that big party? They said they were all up in that place, that palace, celebrating.
The news went out. On vacation.
Yeah.
If it was today, get the text message, share it.
Or a little social media posts, right?
Yeah.
On Facebook. Yeah, man.
Wow. It was cool. It sounded like a White House party or something,
Yeah. Verse 22, and he said unto him that was over the vestry, bring forth vestments for all the worshipers of Baal. And he brought them forth vestments, right? So little things they wear, right? Little coverings, little adornments, So I guess for Christmas, we're talking about what? We put a little Santa hat, little Santa's helper hat.
A black tie event.
Get the little mistletoe, right? Get the what do you call it? What's the not ivory? What do you call it? Those little green leaves, the little red berry. Those leaves called again? Oh man, I see that. I can see him in my head, but I'm sure somebody. I'll remember it later, but it's not important.
It was a black tie event.
I mean, apparently, you got to think about the worshippers of Baal. Anytime you're talking about religious aspects, even in righteousness, right? We had the sons of Aaron wearing the white, right? The white linen garments, right? Nice and fresh and clean. So on the left hand side, you really got to go all out too, as far as like they say today, wearing your Sunday best, right? Nice and clean. With you going to the Catholic church, got the little fancy robes, right? All washed and adorned. It looks so nice on the outside, right? But then you go on the inside, their souls, it's filth.
On that day, there's no faking it. You'll see anybody that, yo, you be out all, man, Everybody meets everybody there.
Yeah. Hey, you're right.
Even when I see
meet and greet.
Sometimes when I see in Brazil, or in Trinidad, they do bacchanal and stuff like that.
Right.
You can see whoever has been in there, they're all dressed up in them clothes. Yep. All the shiny garments and pretty colors and stuff. I guess it's part of it.
Yep.
But
so now in 23 it says, and Jehu went, and Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, this like one guy we read about these last couple of verses that was like, "What's up? I'm cool. I'm good." Into the house of Baal and said to the worshippers of Baal, "Search and look that there be here with you none of the servants of Yahweh, but the worshippers of Baal only." And when they went in to offer sacrifice and burnt offering, Jehu appointed 80 men without and said,
right,
if any of the men whom I have brought into your hands escape, he let them go, his life shall be for the life of him.
Get everybody that's serving the Most High, make sure they don't show up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing right there, right?
Yeah.
You're serving the Most High.
Yeah, make sure you're not there.
You're not there.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about Abraham, right? Lord, if there be 100 in the city, would you destroy for 100 that were righteous? Not for 100. What about 70? No, Abraham, not for 70. Remember, he got all the way down to the 5. No, Abraham, not for 5. I think that's the last one he got to. I forget what number it was. It says, he stopped asking questions. I like it on both sides, humor him like a father to his son. Like, no, not for 100. No, not for 70. Nope, not for 50. Like, he knew why he was asked the question, even though Abraham didn't come out with it. We just humored him, like, yeah, no, not for 50. I would destroy the city. There were 50 there that were following me. No, not for 40, because he kept going down and down and down. Because he knew Abraham was thinking about his nephew, and his family.
I was thinking about, you Israelite, you here?
Yeah, you can't get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yeah, make sure people that's there, that's people that's they out on down with there.
So what are you doing here? Get out of here.
You may think like, oh man, I feel like excluded. Why you gotta do the prophets like that? It's like, oh no, you want this exclusion, you want this, you want that. Right? Trust me. They'd be vexed in that place anyway. You know what I mean? Like Lot was in Gomorrah, right? Vexed by the filthy conversation of the wicked. It says
what verse?
25.
20.
I'll read it again. If I didn't read it, I read it. I think I read 24. Now we're at 25. So it says, and it came to pass as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt offering, that Jehu said to the guard and to the captains, go in and slay them. Let none come forth. And they smote them with the edge of the sword, and the guard and the captains cast them out and went to the city of the house of Baal. So kill everybody at the party. Now they're going to go for where the Baal temple is.
You mean 24?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like if you let somebody escape, you're gonna be you're gonna be responsible. You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come. It says, and they brought forth the images out of the house of Baal and burned them. And they break down the image of Baal and break down the house of Baal and made it a drought house unto this day. So you know what a drought house is? That's a place where you go to, yeah. So, place for, things you don't want, things you want to leave behind. These you want to take with you.
So when Esau having all these big parties, he make sure that he have like heavy security.
It's like a bloodbath right there.
Like heavy security that nobody really can come in like that, you know.
Brothers have to take a week vacation after this one because they're gonna be unclean due to a dead body for at least 7 days.
Talking about a massacre? That's a massacre right there. In close range. Nobody escaped. You know?
There's a holy day coming up. Like, I'll see you around this time next week. Look at me. I got dead bodies all around me. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Thus Jehu destroyed Baal out of Israel. All praise to the Most High. You know? All praise to the Most High in Christ. By the
Oh, they were in Israel? Wow.
Yeah, man. You know Israel. If we want to set up something that's wicked, we got to go all out with ours. You know what I mean? Like nobody can do the wicked. Nobody can do the heathen better than Israel. We'll see what the heathen do, and we'll take it to the next level when it comes to devotion.
Surpass the deeds of the wicked, man.
When it comes to devotions and adornments, we'll take the wickedness of the wicked and give it style, give it panache. Even the heathen look at us and be like, "Damn, how's he worshiping Buddha better than me? How is he dealing with Hinduism better than me? How's he dealing with Islam better than me?"
You remember when we were out at camp and we saw all these people in blue and white? They were all black people. There was some fraternity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then they blue and white. That's how all the people blue and white.
You can see more of that throughout the summer because they had their annual meetings, the annual get-togethers.
And I didn't see any white people.
We'll be seeing more of that.
Yeah, they got their stuff.
But I didn't see them just out like that. But I see our people.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
You don't see the black tie affairs? We were just out a couple weeks ago, and these had the Masons and all their wives are all walking with their little tuxedos. We just saw that a couple weeks ago. They were coming from the Masons temple. So yeah,
That's right.
he didn't get down too.
I do see it. Yeah.
Remember, we learned it from them. Don't forget, because the way they present it, they act like we invented being a gangster.
Right.
No, we studied Al Capone. We studied what's the other guy? Can't think of him. More or less, we studied their mobsters, right? And try to model ourselves after their guys.
Right.
But then they'll make it seem like, oh, we invented, gang. We in the gang.
Right. And at the end, they all connected to Amalek.
Mm-hmm.
To Amalek, temple.
Yeah.
And Amalek mob,
Yeah, they were in the mix too. We kind of see them kind of play the background a little bit, but you saw them there during those times. It was bootlegging days. The Jewish mob, the Italian mob, the Irish mob, and you got Jake in there, doing the numbers running, setting ourselves up, and he just said, "Oh, we can't let the Negroes get in on any of this action, not at all."
Right. We just gotta use them.
Mm-hmm.
And government officials, that's Jake. Public official, businessmen, we gotta get them because we gotta, control the system and make sure we know every action, everything they're doing. They come in and talk to us as if they talking in secret, but the secret belongs to us. They come and tell us their secret, which is we have all the secrets in the world. All the Mason temple, they all connected, and back to the Messiah.
Yep. Different branches going back to the different feathers of the same bird, right? Or different wings on the same bird. Different branches of the same wicked vine of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Gun.
As they're called in Deuteronomy 32 as well. Deuteronomy 32 and 32 in particular. Their vines of vine of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, no, I was going back to verse 22, and it said I was going back to verse 22, and it says, and he said unto him that was over the vestry. So it's like some kind of a room where the garments are.
Yeah.
So they had vestments. So they, for them to distinguish them, they had the worship of Baal. They had their own little garment.
Right.
So
Yeah,
everybody looked the same.
That's what you were saying, black tie affair, right?
Yeah.
That's what were you asking or just saying?
No, I was thinking about, they had a special clothes.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
special Baal garment.
Yeah.
They say with the what's the name? With the Pope, it's supposed to be Dagon, the fish, the little fish hat he wears, was representation of the Philistine idol Dagon. And then I've seen some video breaking down all the parts, how it's like different idols be represented on the Pope's garment,
Right.
which, you know, I can see.
And sometimes they got that little he got that little Jewish yarmulke.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So they got see everything is just one. They connect it to one and go back to another.
Yeah.
So then he goes back to Satan.
Yep.
He's just a strong family amongst men.
Yep.
Even look at the Illuminati, right? The strongest families in there are the so-called Jewish families. Some even claim that the families you think that aren't so-called Jews actually are.
You're gonna get flagged.
Uh-oh.
Back in Hollywood, a lot of them changed their names.
They
What
go to
I say?
the
What I say?
small hats. The small hats.
Oh no, 13 viewers. Hopefully we're not, you know, we're too quiet. We're too quiet. You know, we gotta go under the radar. I know the algorithm can catch it, like and we gotta get an email tomorrow, you know, you were in violation of YouTube's community guidelines. See below. Click the link. There's a big paragraph on the guidelines. Which one? Which one did we violate? Oh man, we're in timeout. Oh man. Oh, we gotta live stream a different way next time. We're gonna do a Zoom next week until we redo the website.
I remember some of them, some entertainers back in the days,
No.
or probably even now, a lot of them changed their name from Jewish names.
Call Make a Wish.
Yeah, they changed the name from Jewish name to regular name. Even the Israel Prime Minister now, Benjamin Netanyahu, and that's not his real name.
Hmm.
It's like he has like a Polish name.
Interesting. So yeah, gotta bring out the euphemisms. Call them the Make a Wish Foundation. Or I know the red pill things they call them boys. They they had like a soundboard say, "Watch out for them boys." Do the cha-ching, cha-ching. Do a little cashing sound effect. Them boys. And you saw small hats, little frisbee guys, little frisbees. But you know, I'm sure they probably try to figure out, you know, all the euphemisms, try to find those too, and then ban you based on those. You know, these guys, man, these guys are tyrannical.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, Ben Zion Milkowski, later Netanyahu, was born in Warsaw in partition Poland, which is under Russian control. So he has a Polish name.
Right, because
They're all over, right?
right, because the Khazars, they after their empire fell in the 8th and 9th century, they populated to Poland, on Hungary, Germany, right, and then after that, they remember all the stuff that they stole from us, and they regroup again. They started to regroup again. We had Hitler and all that stuff.
Gotta watch out for the you wish, make you wish.
So they pretty much stole our identity and then learned it, and then now they pretend to be us now. That's all it is.
I always say there's three nails in the coffin for Esau, right? One of them we're talking about now, them masquerading as us. Two is actually what they've done to our people as far as the ancestral slaves, indigenous peoples, and then them setting up this. The whore on the beast, but the whore especially setting up to pretty much represent and uphold, I should say, all the idols of Ham, from like Egyptian idols, to Babylonian idols. So way to set up America, dealing with esoteric worship of what the Hamites were into, them actually coming against God's actual people, and them setting themselves up as God's people. Just those three right there. Just those three. Three final nails in that coffin. Like,
What is it?
unless they can flip those, which they're so deep into the sin at this point,
What are those three?
they got no hope.
Okay, you told me he had 6 offenses. Esau 6 offenses.
Oh, this is a different list. This is more specific. That one is more general. That one I gave before. This is just more like general as far as like. Think of the 6 offenses of Esau as being more principles. Think of this as more like what those principles brought them into. So 3 things they've done. They've taken out God's people. Just raped, robbed, and murdered us, right? So they took those principles and applied them to God's actual people. They made themselves into God's people from being fake Jews. And they set up a government that pretty much upholds and praises all the idols of all the Hamite idols and beyond, but especially Hamite idols like the Babylonian idols, the Egyptian idols, the Canaanite idols we read about now, etc., etc. So the founding fathers, these guys were into all types of stuff, and they made sure that anyone that ruled after was doing the same. But they're pretty much, following suit with Esau during the Renaissance that set themselves back up in Europe too. Before you had masonry here, you had masonry over there, right? They just carried on the tradition on this side of the pond, as they say. So you go to these different major cities. What do you find? You find one of these temples. You see a little symbol with the compass and a square everywhere, and that's just one of many branches that are just different factions all working towards the same goal. But the scriptures make it easy for us to bring it out. We can just say, look, the Bible says this place is Babylon. The Bible says it's spiritual Sodom, spiritual Egypt. And just go into obvious examples. Look at how the government's set up. Look at the symbols they use. Look at the language that they use, right? The style of government. Look at, they adopted the Roman way of things, the Greek way of things, which was them. Then they took on the Hamite customs, because you go into the Romans and the Greeks, they borrowed from Ham too, even then. So now Esau's borrowed from themselves, who then in turn borrowed from Ham. And brought it all together into this nasty gumbo pot that we call, the American lifestyle culture mentality.
It's the scripture in Revelation. I know the blasphemy of them who say they are Jews and are not.
Revelations 3 and 9.
Right. So since we're in captivity,
2 and 9 and then 3 and 9.
Right. 2 and 9. We lost our identity. So someone had to step up and fill the void and claim the God's chosen people. So that's when they came in. Fill the void, because we would discontinue from our heritage, and we discontinue, but still they use the privileges of all the teaching that we have. They put it on themselves, and now they pretty much, going off that, because they say the land belongs to them, because it says God's given it to them. But we know who the children of the Most High is as we're waking up. But for all that time we were lost, somebody had to step up. Amalek step up. They pick up, that, but they are being revealed now.
Following suit just like the Greek forefathers, right? What does it say? They put crowns upon themselves, right? Esau, that's what he does. Isaac told him, right? By the sword you shall live. So with them, might makes right. It's not about justice, it's about dominance. If I can overcome you by whatever means, that means I'm meant to rule over you.
Right.
Morality doesn't even enter the picture. Survival of the fittest.
I don't know if Shah's listening, might want to put this into a class. Who are the Zionists? The Zionist movement. That's a class.
The Zionists.
Yeah.
So I said Jewish, Zionist, small.
How the Zionist movement started.
They're tracking the speech, so I think this class. Definitely take your notes for this class. You might look tomorrow, though. Go back and see what I missed. The video's not here. It's missing. It says it's prohibited. Why is it prohibited? What happened? We gotta log in all of a sudden, They say log in because this is not for children. That's how they start off. Then they'll say, "Oh, it's prohibited,"
Right.
or just straight up missing.
Because you got to know your enemy. Because that's what they do. They study us, and now they pretend to be us.
Let me finish this, but yeah, this is definitely a to be continued, because Esau in general, but so-called Jews especially. But don't get caught up, because we see these arguments back and forth. I think this week, folks have been talking about this. I think they're on one of those Twitter spaces where they kind of call in. And it was Tariq Nasheed went up against the Fresh and Fit and Sneeko. They kind of go back and forth. Kind of get to hear everybody's talking points as far as like white supremacy and it's all about meritocracy. It's kind of get everybody exposed from what they were arguing for when it comes to like who's really in charge. And you kind of see within that conversation, different people online are reacting to that discussion. So trying to get Tariq Nasheed to talk about no, don't come against the so-called white man. It's not the whites, it's the Jewish people, and they're not white. There's something else. The Jewish people are the problem. And he didn't go in that direction. He said, listen, these guys, whether it's the Anglo white supremacy or Jewish white supremacy, I'm coming against both. He said, I'm not coming against all of them, which the scriptures actually speak against, showing that even Tariq is wrong too.
Right.
But he said, look, I'm just coming at those that practice white supremacy, whether it be Anglo or Jewish or whatever family. So that was kind of his thing. But they try to make it seem like, oh no, it's not white people. White people are the problem. Right? It's the small hats. They're the ones.
Right. That's a big mistake.
Which if you focus on them individually, in any way or any form, it makes it easy for them to say, "Oh, you violated our community guidelines. We can ding you, take away your monetization, etc., etc." So it's a game that they're playing back and forth, try to get each other. And you get Esau, in the background. They've gotten pretty good, and they're going to continue to try to take their ideas and then put our face on it, like they do with Obama. They keep doing that on a lower level, make it look grassroots. That's how CIA does it, right? That's how the spy agencies get down. You talk about the Mossad. You got to make it look organic as possible. Make it seem like, oh, this is a person who just came up through the ranks, built themselves up, did their marketing, did their sales, but then realize they're getting support from Esau on the back end. Support from so-called Jew Esau.
Esau, us, we the cash cow. Right. You know what I mean? In America, we the cash cow, the taxpayers, people working because they printing money on behalf of the people. When they can't, they can't get funds or borrow money from other countries. The general population in America, that's who they borrow money against them. That's why you see the debt ceiling is keep going up because they keep giving money to those people on behalf of the Americans. So
I got a video for you guys after we finish. It's going into that you might like as far as the debt ceiling. You mentioned Kahan Manashah doing a class on the Zionists. I had a thought too since we're talking, and maybe I could tap it's a Carmelot's resource for this, but do a class on easy steps to vet a I don't want to say a spy, but to vet someone who's controlled our position. Using the scriptures, kind of put together a formula, like a little checkbox. Like, okay, they check these boxes. More than likely, this person is probably a controlled opposition. Kind of spot this. And the CIA this spot's been getting blown over and over, time and time again. It's looking real bad for them right now. So I think that they probably going to the drawing board to figure out, okay, how do we get these guys and make them seem like they're organic and try to use them to harness all the rebellious spirit that's out there. People trying to rebel against the system and filter them into these agents that we have vouched for behind closed doors. But yeah, an easy way, and an easy checklist to say to vet for a person to say, okay, is this person really organic, or are they just control ops? That could be another topic too. So we got a couple verses left. Let's finish this up. It says in verse 29, just the last section. Well, it's two more sections, but it reads in 2 Kings chapter 10 and verse 29. Howbeit from the sins of Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin, going back to 1 Kings 12, right, and going forward, when the kingdom first split between north and south. Jehu departed not from after them to wit the golden calves which were in Bethel, and that were in Dan. Yeah, I know that's still a thing. That was still a thing in Israel, right? Even up to the time of Ahab, unfortunately. It says, and the Lord said unto Jehu, because thou hast done well in executing that which is right in mine eyes, is done unto the house of Ahab according to all that was in mine heart. So You look at Ahab and go, oh, man, he's so vicious. Oh man, he killed all his sons, all his people. But Musa right here is telling him, I approve. Thy children of the fourth generation shall sit on the throne of Israel. Check it out. It's always down to your fourth generation. You're going to sit on the throne. So now 31. But Jehu took no heed to walk in the law of Yahweh, God of Israel, with all his heart, for he departed not from the sin of Jeroboam, which made Israel to sin.
What?
There it is.
After the execution, what he did?
So close. So close. So close.
After he did what the most said to him to do.
I tell you, man, it's almost like PTSD for things that you don't remember because there's no remembrance to the former things. But reading Kings, I'm telling you, man, it's like every time you get a new person on the scene, it's like your heart is clenched up because you're like waiting for the line that says, and he did that, which was, and it's like, right, and it's like, oh, right, oh, okay. But that comes far and few. Usually you expect that he did that, which was evil, and it's like, Lord, you go, oh, evil. Oh, you already know what to expect now. You know, he's gonna let the Sodomites do their thing. He's gonna let idols be built. He's gonna let all types of wickedness take place. The temple's gonna be in shambles. The sons of Aaron are gonna be wilding out. You just know it's gonna get worse from there. But yeah, man, it's so disappointing because he started off so well, and then just to go this way, so sad.
It's power. Power is tempting. That's the
yeah.
That's the most tempting thing because at that point you have the only entity you are accountable to is the Most High. Like people below you, they below you. You don't have to answer to them.
Right.
So at that point, you really gotta watch yourself because what you do, what you say is law.
Yeah. It shows kind of dealing with that a little bit, well, a lot bit. It's this show called The Boys. I know some of you guys. We talked about it in the class. They got this character called Homelander. It's like a superhero show, but all the superheroes got all types of hypocrisy and like wickedness with them, and addictions and all types of temptations they succumb to. But the superheroes, but the main guy is like a superhero. He's like a Superman type figure, but he has all types of mental issues. He's like a narcissist, like all these other. He's like a sociopath. He's got all these different things going on, and it's like he's looking for somebody to like check him. There's like a handful of folks that actually will check him because if they do, they'll just like hit him with a laser beam from his eyes and just smash him because he's super strong. So you kind of see that theme in there where he's just like definitely looking for like a father figure to have that can like pull him aside and be like, I'm not afraid of you. This is stupid. Stop that. Do this. Do that. And he's looking for it. But everyone else is just kind of just like kissing his butt most of the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will check you. That's it.
There's a couple that have. In the show, I won't go into spoilers if you guys care to watch it. But, a couple that do, and some that met an end where they kind of disappear from the scene somehow, some way. But yeah, like you said, it goes into having power, and you gotta be wise in that realizing power is a tool. It's not bad to have it; it's a tool. But to break it down on a simple level, like the scriptures, think of it as like an axe. It's a tool, right? I can use it to cut down lawful trees to make a house to cover my family, or I could use it to smite my brother. It's just an axe. What do I use it for?
Like Yahushua, he had his method to wake up early to go pray, to make sure that he stayed with the Most High.
Yeah. So
you gotta have a method because you're not answering to men at this point.
Right.
So all the men say yes men to you right now because we can't.
Yeah.
So you gotta have a method to stay close to the Most High. To know that he's the one that controls power, he's the one that puts you in position. So you gotta stay close because you can't answer to anybody. So everybody now, they're afraid of you, right? They're gonna give you, advice that suit you, or they're afraid if they give you something contrary, they might kill you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's tempting. You gotta stay close to the Most High. The more power you get.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Was that can't take back in the day? More power. That can't take what was Ariel back in the day. More power. They want more power. Anybody? You can say rides a white horse. Brothers were like, all right, so you ran well, but Man, we gotta break down what you just said. So in 2 Kings chapter 10, now we're in verse 32, after disappointing news about Jehu. Man.
Yeah. It's like Nebuchadnezzar, right? Once you get to that power, that kingship, look at me. God manifested. You know?
Yeah.
God manifested.
That's how I was thinking about. I didn't mention it, but you saw the Most High to do to him. Remember, he had him out there grazing like a cow, remember?
Yeah.
So the dew of the earth on him. And then it took all that for him to lose his mind to then be giving it back and him realize what he did. To then say, oh, God, let's be the God of Daniel. You know, let's be his name. He's the true God. But then he still ended up losing the kingdom anyway to the Persians. It's like most times got to be in your face every day for you to wake up. Like you said, you need that routine. And you have to be willing.
Yeah.
You got to be willing to do it too. Because you can have the routine, but then it's be like, oh, whatever, okay, fine. I'll pray, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. As long as you don't destroy my kingdom, I'll do what you want. It's like that spirit, you're going to lose power too. You're going to lose it too. Because the why behind what you do is going to be totally tarnished. So that has a shelf life.
What do you think, right? Some people think power.
But once again, power is a tool. What do you use it for? That's the question. Use it constructively to help, or do you use it destructively to hurt? That depends on your choices. So now this is 1 Kings 10 and 32. It says, in those days, Yahweh began to cut Israel short, and Hazael smote them in all the coast of Israel. Oh man, I thought he was our man. I thought he had our back. I thought he had Jehoram's back, right? Jehoram's back, right?
Good.
33, from Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites and the Reubenites. Remember, you look on the maps on the east of Jordan. That's where you have Manasseh, Reuben, and Gad. Those are the plots where they're there. They're going back to even Deuteronomy, right? When they first set those lands up, those inheritances, even back then, when we first went into Canaan.
That's why sometimes it's good. The most I take you out at the time when you're in your prime, you're keeping the law, take me out.
Yeah.
Because I stay long enough in this thing, man. So much privilege. Man, you know.
Even if there's no link for this, what you're talking about, don't link it to any scripture, but you could read this real quick. Hold this. Go to back to Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4. Start from verse 8 and just read down. It's going to say what you just said.
The Old Testament is where you going?
Chapter 4 and verse 8.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4 and verse 8. For honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time, nor that is measured by number of years.
Mm-hmm.
But wisdom is the gray hair unto men, and an unstoppable
Mm-hmm.
and unspotted life is old age.
Right. So it says, wisdom is the gray hair to men. Unspotted life is old age. And that's going to shift and start talking about Enoch. You know,
He pleased God and was beloved of him, so that living among sinners, he was translated.
right. And look at him. He was here for 365 years.
Right.
He was here for quite some time. Right? Beyond what we would ever hope for as far as our lifespan now. But even still, the Most High did this, you know.
Yea, speedily was he taken away, lest that wickedness should alter his understanding, or deceit beguile his soul.
So imagine that. You ran in a race for 365 years in the earth. Right? Almost 4 centuries in the earth. And you got people in the world doing their thing, dealing with idols, dealing with wickedness, because you had that all back then, right? You know. This is before the flood, right? But even still, he walked that straight and narrow path. 365 years. Think about that. That's Multiply that by 4. That's how many seasons, right? There's 365 summers, 365 winters, 365 springs, right? 365 falls, right? Going through the motions, but yet still walking a straight and narrow path. You know.
For the bewitching of naughtiness, do obscure things that are honest, and the wandering of concupiscence do undermine the simple mind.
Right. So that's how the temptation begins, right up here in the mind, right? You think about these things, right? You say, oh man, sure would be nice to overindulge in food or to fornicate, right? Or, you know, you get the voyeur spirit, right? Oh, it's like, I like to watch. Well, I'm going to watch people do naughty things. I'm not doing it, I'm just thinking about it. Ooh, it's nice. Yes, that would taste good. It will smell good. I want some of that, right? It undermines the simple mind, which is the commandments, righteousness, constructiveness, helping your fellow brother and sister. You know, the desire for the opposite sex being righteous, but within that frame, not just for pleasure's sake. You know.
He being made perfect in short time fulfill a long time.
Mm-hmm. And then 14, we'll stop at 14.
For his soul pleased the Lord. Therefore hasted he to take him away from among the wicked.
Right. And actually, you know, read 15. We'll stop at 15.
This the people saw and understood it not, neither laid they up this in their mind, that his grace and mercy is with his saints, and that he have respect unto his chosen.
Here you go. So we'll come back to our kings now. Wait, what you were just saying, I was like, we got to read this. Because, you know, even though he wasn't a quote unquote ruler, he might as well have been, right? Being in the earth for all that time, and all the people probably came to him for counsel, advice, and different things, you know. He would have been a fit person to be ruled by, right?
God.
But that's how it is, right? The ones that don't want it are usually the best for it, right? You see that theme come up even in these worldly movies where you have someone who's like humble, has certain fruit of the spirit. And people are like, oh, rule us, rule us. And it's like, oh no, I'm just a simple man. I'm just a simple farmer. You know, I'm just a simple artisan, craftsman. Like, no, you got the wisdom, you got the insight. We want you to rule us. But for folks who don't want it, they're usually the best. But the first people that want it, they're the ones that are going to abuse it a lot of times. Yeah, back in 2 Kings 10. I'll read 33 again. It says, from Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites, the Reubenites, and the Manassites. Remember, you live on the other side of Jordan. That's where their plots of land were. East Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben. From Eror, which is by the river Arnon, even Gilead and Bashan. Now it says in 34, now the rest of the acts of Jehu and all that he did and all his might, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? So we'll get to read this when we go into Chronicles again. Read the similar stories, but then we'll get other sides of it there. Or the same part, but there might be little details that are there that aren't here and vice versa. It says, and Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria. And Jehoahaz, his son, reigned in his stead. So at least we got what? At least the promise at this point was 4 generations. So there's 2. So that means this man Jehoahaz will have a son, which will have a son. At least at this point. But depending on how they get down, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because the Most High, he'll set things up and then be like, look, you just do what I say, you got all this. But if you don't, here's what's going to happen. And people will say, oh, God changed his mind. No, God's stance was always the same. The only reason why things changed is because you changed. You started saying things that were different, that were off. That's when Most High is like, oh, he changed. No, it's because of our choices. People act like, oh, the Most High changed his mind on things. No, Most High's position is always the same. The only time he'll change a judgment is based on what you change when it comes to your thoughts, when it comes to your actions.
When we look at what it did, right? Because we know we said it. A man's life consists of, it's good and it's bad, right? what we consider as bad, but everything happened for good to those that love the Most High, right? Since he was on top, the scripture has to put that what he did that's good and what he did that's bad, right? Because we know the scripture says in Ecclesiastes 7:20, there's no man that do good and sin not. See what I'm saying? But as far as good outweighs bad, that's what we got. We got to take a look at. The good thing that he did and the bad thing that he did is to see which one, balance things out.
Yep.
So since he's in the limelight, the scripture couldn't say, well, he did everything good. So we got to say he did bad thing as well. In comparison to the other, people worshiping idols and this and that, it doesn't say.
Think of the spirit of the law, right? We talk about circumcision. A law is physical, right? But then it talks about circumcise the foreskin in your hearts. Even though it's not said explicitly, I think you think about the physical law about a just balance. Right? We apply it to this in the spiritual sense, right? A just balance, a just weight, a just ephah, and a just hand, right? Think of that. Think of the spirit of that law when it comes to our souls, when it comes to our behaviors, our keeping the commandments and our exercising the fruit of the spirit. That's what balances out our soul, right? To say, okay, if we lean towards a way of destruction, or we lean more towards a way of life everlasting. But it has to be weighed in the balance. Just like physically, when we weigh things up, we got to weigh things in the balance, right? And we can't be messing with the scales to make it seem like, oh, look, it's this many pounds when it isn't. That's what we do today, right? We say, look, this person is really this holy. Because look, they have this amount of money, or they have this amount of limelight, they have this many followers on social media. They're important. They're relevant. That's what you hear kids saying. You're not relevant, right? So when you talk about being relevant, that's like it's trivial when it comes to that. Looking at that from a worldly standpoint, right? Just because you have people that have a large following doesn't mean that they're all actually saying and doing stuff that's on point. And then the scriptures even deal with that too, where it talks about how great men aren't always wise. Neither do the aged understand judgment. So here we see with Enoch, like we read in Wisdom of Solomon 4, right? He may have not been famous in his days, right? People probably obviously knew him. But as far as the Most High is concerned, he's an MVP.
And also,
Enoch.
Who?
Enoch.
Oh, Enoch. Okay.
Well, you just got them reading in Wisdom of Solomon.
so when I say there's no man that does good and sin not, one might say, oh, so Christ was not a man, right? Even Christ, he did not sin, but indirectly sin was imputed on him, right, for our sake, right? But he did not sin, personally himself, breaking the laws of the Most High.
Right, when he came as the Christ, when the Spirit came as the Christ. Exactly. He was wounded for our transgressions, and through his stripes are we healed, right? That's Isaiah wrote in the Holy Spirit. So it says in 35, and Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria, and Jehoahaz his son reigned instead. And the time that Jehu reigned over Israel and Samaria was 28 years. All right, so there's a lot of things that happened after this that aren't detailed. But after him, kind of setting the stage, it doesn't really say what time frame and how gradual it was that he departed from the sins, that he departed from God, and it took on the sin of Jeroboam. But it was enough from at least to get 28 years worth of reigning. So at what stages and what progress that happened, it's not really told. It's not really told for us here. We'll get to see this again and kind of see what is similar and what's different when we read his story when we get into Chronicles much later. But remember Jehu, son of Nimshi, right? Yeah. And remember this lesson too with the scripture. This Ecclesiastes chapter 7. I think it's really important, especially when it comes to our people, because even in the world, our people, when we get certain victories, right, against the oppressor, a law passed or a judgment for a case, a high-profile case, our people have a habit of rejoicing too early. Run the streets and dance and play. Yes, victory! When it's just like, this is not like a sprint. This is steeplechase, a long distance run. Like, you want to win against the odds. You got to keep going. You got to develop stamina. Right? This isn't just like, okay, we won. We just hang up our coat, kick our feet up, and relax. But we have to resist that temptation to do that. We can't do that until the kingdom comes in. That's the truth. And even in the kingdom, there's going to be work to be done. But at least we'll have power in all aspects. This is, Ecclesiastes. And we'll do our housekeeping and we'll close out. Let's see what scriptures they want to bring in. Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be how long it's going to book the rain, but we'll see. Ecclesiastes. Chapter 7 and verse 8. Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 8. Where it reads, better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof, and the patient in spirit is better than the proud in spirit. So emphasis on the first precept. Better is the end of a thing than the beginning thereof. Like it says above, in verse 1, a good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. So when you're physically born and die, to when you physically come into the earth, what you say, come on the scene as a figure, to depart from public life as a figure. It's all about how you finish that race. Because you think about any sport, any athletics, right? Whatever it is, you don't remember what happened in the first, second quarter.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers the fourth quarter. Everybody remembers the shot clock buzzer. The shot clock, whatever you did at the very end. So it works the same way when it comes to righteousness, to where Jehu got off to a great start, right? Woo! Kicking butt, taking names for real, right? But then when it talks about the rest of his life, it's just like, yeah, and then he followed Jeroboam and whatever. 28 years of that. It's like, even the scriptures are like, we didn't give him that much time on that. The rest of his life, yeah, that's whatever. But for the first part, it was like, it gave us all these details. You see that?
Face yourself.
So with the balance thing, when you were talking about earlier, thank the Most High, right? That he shows our good sides and bad sides, right? He's not just like a filter on social media where you can filter your face and make you look like, oh, I'm so handsome, I'm so youthful. Look at my clothes. Like, no, it shows you for who you are, the good parts and the bad parts. Right? It's all there when it comes to the scriptures, when it comes to our forefathers and foremothers. The good, the bad, the ugly. It's all there. So you get the fullness of, okay, here's who this person was, and here's what we can learn from them. Here's why their story is valid. And we're going on the parts that I think are most needful. And then who does that better, even though Jehu's the theme of today, but who does it better than Christ, where we get the highlights of his life. John himself said in the last verse of this gospel, there'd be many things that Christ has said and done, which if they were all to be written, I suppose the whole world could not contain all the books that should be written, right? Which I know he's probably speaking even beyond what he did when he came as a man, but what he's responsible for, even beyond his 33, give or take, years in the earth. All the things that he's done, he's been responsible for, going back to Genesis, right? But now, even the parts that we have, people want to do that and they want to gainsay it, can't. Oh, well, hold on, bro. I got this book that says when Christ was this age, he did this. Or, see, the Bible's missing stuff. It's like, but here, there's wisdom in that, to where the things that are written of Christ are the things that we need to read so we can be convicted and know, all right, he's the Son of God. He came for the sins of the nation of Israel. Those things are there, where he was born, right? That his soul would not see corruption, right? That he would be betrayed for 30 pieces of silver, right? He'll be born in Bethlehem. That these are prophecies that he came, and we see in the Gospels. Those things in particular are touched on, which are needful. Other little details of his life, those other parts, yeah, they're not there, but there's wisdom behind why they're not there. Right? The scriptures talk about we know in part, we prophesy in part. The scriptures also say, hold fast that which that has to come, right? So there's wisdom to say, okay, let me make the most of what I have instead of dwelling on all the things I don't have. I usually respond this way when I get questions, when people ask me, they say, hey, you're into the Bible, right? You believe that book, right? So what do What do you guys? And it's always this you guys. They were talking about earlier. You Israelites. What do you guys think when it comes to like, life of other planets? You guys believe in like aliens or things that live in, do you think it's only just us here on Earth? And using my answer is, you know what? I can't tell, right? But while my knowledge fails to answer a question like that, wisdom tells me, well, if I know about here and now, why not know the most about what's in front of me and make the most of that? Like, and I'll use the example about, Esau. I might not refer to him as Esau. I think it was Dwayne about to say. You have the people in power now. They're hell bent on learning about what's beyond, but then they can't even figure out how to do things right here.
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Right, Ecclesiasticus 3. Exactly.
23.
Exactly. They're so bent on figuring out what's out there when they really haven't figured out what's right here. You got the sea, which is like what 97% uncharted. Like you have so much that's right here on Earth that we still haven't gotten to yet. Then exploring things that are terrestrial too, right? But there's so much that's right in front of us that we haven't even considered. But we're so worried about what's beyond the atmosphere. I'm not saying don't consider it. I'm just saying where are your priorities. When I answer that way, every time I do answer that way, when I get a question like that, I always get to, yeah, it makes sense. I never thought about it that way. Oh yeah, well, like I never got anybody buck up against that attitude when it comes to like wherever our knowledge fails, we focus on the wisdom, right? The wisdom of what the Most High did. Could the Most High made another earth with another man, with another creation? Sure, who knows? But as people on this earth, like you said, why be curious and unnecessary matters? Let's try to get things right based on what we actually have that's recorded. We already know, and the Bible speaks of this. There's a lot of things the Most High just doesn't have written. That's for him and him alone, that he knows, and maybe few in the third heaven know about. That he's just like, no, I'm not going to go into that. We have examples that with many places in the scriptures. We have like examples during Ezra's where even then he's telling like, okay, Ezra, I want you to write this down. Give this to the people. This is just for you and the elders. Don't write that. That's just for you. Even Moses. Moses was like, okay, Moses, I want you to write these things down. These other things, no. That's not for people. That's just for you.
Right.
Need to know basis.
And I was early. I was thinking, man, on that verse, more things are revealed unto you
Did men understand?
than men understand. And then you look at yourself like, man, look at me, I'm nobody. In comparison to what the world considers somebody.
Yeah.
But yet you understand the mystery of this world, and you walking around like normal people and deal with them like normally, like it's nothing. But most people don't understand that. And that scripture just come to play. Right? So be not you curious and understand. So more things are revealed unto you than men actually understand.
It echoes what he told the disciples right before he gave the parable of the sower and the seed, right? Many prophets desire to see things you see and have not seen them.
Right.
Hear things you hear and haven't heard them. And that's even for those that have been called into the truth, right? Even they're only given a piece of the puzzle, right? Kind of well put. So we'll make an end here. For next week, we're going to be going into the New Testament, which is going to be 1 John 1 and 2. Like I said, I'll make sure to forward it out to the email like I did for the holy days and the new moons. I'll forward out the Sabbath schedule for July going down to December of the Gregorian year. Make sure to have that for you guys. You can look at that and then kind of chart that. You want to read ahead, by all means. Let's do some housekeeping real quick. So, as you see at the bottom here, I've got the Ashar or Ashara, which means happy, and I have Shabbatha, Shabbat, Yashara Allah or Yashar Allah. Happy Sabbath Israel. We have the readings for today as well, 2 Kings 9 and 10. If we go here, what I'll do is I'll put this first. And before I go into the housekeeping, just remember we're going to be celebrating the Feast of First Fruits, which at the time talking with other camps, I think we have a general idea of how they want to celebrate this or pinpoint this, but it still kind of remains to be seen as far as, I guess, how to pinpoint the date in particular. Like, I have a method that I haven't really voiced to everybody, and some of the methods I've shown you guys already as far as looking at the harvest, at least in North America, to use. But, don't be taken aback if, one camp does it one Saturday night, another camp does it another Saturday night when it comes to Feast of First Fruits. When it comes to other holy days, those should be very, very clear as far as, okay, new moon is when the moon looks like this and it's in this phase. And you can pretty much pinpoint, okay, based on new moon is when we keep the beginning of the month, and the holy days based on that. But with the first fruits, there's obviously still some discussion on when and how to celebrate that, especially here in North America, especially if you don't have land with a cash crop to grow, like wheat, for example. But we have found some methods to provide some more clarity into it. But our particular branch, we're going to be celebrating it this time around tonight at evening. So definitely tune in for that later on tonight. And I'll send the link out to distribution as usual, like we did for the Sabbath service. So I told everybody tonight, most sides will for that. So now for the housekeeping. So here I have at the bottom our class time be every Tuesday and Friday from 7 to 10 p.m. Once again, Tuesday and Friday, 7 to 10 p.m. Our numbers being 667-770-1085. Access code 521455. Once again, 667-770-1085. Access code 521455 if you want to call in. And then also, if you want to watch us on Zoom, we do for the classes as well. We have www.profitabletalks.com, www.profitabletalks.com, one word. Make sure you run this on your computer, whether it be a desktop computer or a laptop or a tablet or a phone. When you have Zoom, the application installed, so that it can know to access Zoom before opening up. So we make sure you have Zoom installed on whatever device you're using before you access this website. And as far as donations, you want to donate for the holy days, or for a free will offering, or for tithing, which is a tenth of your earnings. You can do it by sending a check or money order to our address here, which you see Ha Yashar Kanas, the same way you see it spelled there. The address being 3826 Germantown Avenue, B, right, which goes to this first floor, Germantown Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19140. Once again, 3826B, Germantown Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19140. Make sure you spell or make it out to this name spelled in the phonetic Hebrew, Ha Yashar Kanas. Make sure you spell it that way. And if you want to do the same thing, but do it electronically, we have here paypal.me/HYK12. You can donate to us that way through paypal.me/HYK12. Or if you want to donate through Zelle, the number here, 646-620-7378. Once again, 646-620-7378 is the number you can use to Zelle us any donation you may want to contribute towards what we do here at Ashal Kanas or the Congregation of Israel, that being the translation that you see behind my head. Make sure you like and share the video so that we continue to get this word out, so that we and other branches of Christ continue to grow as we are closer and closer to that day of our Lord and Savior making his second coming. As we continue to watch and pray that we not fall into temptation, as we read earlier in Acts 26 and 41. Right? Keep an eye on the prophecies as they come to pass, revealing them, using them to what? Wake up more and more of our people to this righteous cause, this last and final movement, to get our people ready for the Lord's return. And not just any people, but the children of Israel's return. All right? So with that, we'll say Ashar Shabbat once again. Happy Sabbath day. Wa Manacha Tawab. Good afternoon. Looks like we're right about 4 hours, so it looks like we hit a Hebrew watch, which is 4 hours, as opposed to a Roman watch, which is every 3. So did a long one today, huh? So from 10 to 2, it's about 10, take it down to about 2:50. So Hopefully, you guys are edified and enjoyed the service and enjoyed all the different input that me and the other Kahanyam provided, as well as everyone that provided input on the chat as well. So with that, we'll do the closing prayer. So, Shashabah wa Manakha Tawab, and most likely we'll talk to everybody this evening for the Feast of First Fruit service. Doing the trumpet for us.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Oh, I got a video for you too. It's been out for a while. There's like this place where they do these weird sounds. People trying to figure out what they were. Solar flare. Baragate Hawa by Shemi Hawashai, Sharanat and now Paria Gafin Tuara Aman. Lai Hawa by Shemi Hawashai, Yashra. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Panyawa, Yerusalem, in the face Jerusalem. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Babakushai, Shemai, Lanawa, Aita, Yam Yam, Aita, Shalak, Micah Allah, Wa Allahayim, Tazwadakim, La, Shemar Ayel, Barak, Rapah, Magun, Wa Chazayak, Banya, Yasharella, Wa Shalak, Lanawa, Rabiim, Kakama, Rabiim, Da'ait, Rabiim Bayanad, Rabiim Sabalanwath, Rabiim Amawan, Rabiim Aqua, Rabiim Ahabiim, Rabiim Haganah, Rochanaya, Wasalak, Kao Katayanawa, La Akim, Wa Akiwa, Wiasha'ala, Demyad, Waiwalam, Hashem, Yahawashai, the water, Aman. English translation Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now. Right now, send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. Send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. The Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Yasha'Allah, Wabak Yasaparia, Shemay, Yasharele, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, okay. English translation, we said, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books. Then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. All right, so that was the Shar Shabbat once again, which just means Happy Sabbath. Manakah Tawah, which means good afternoon. Have a blessed rest of the Sabbath, Israel. Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.